All right, this is session 65. Who remembers enough to give the recap?
We went through the hole.
Well, before we did that, we had the battle, didn't we?
Right.
Like we fought with
Did that happen the same day?
what's her
the same
name?
session?
Yep. Yeah, it was this
Yeah.
all one session. A bar
Oh, wow.
Corsics attack.
Yes.
Crazy
You
shit
were
happened.
caught in a field of darkness that was lashing out at you, inflicting psychic damage.
Yes. Yeah.
One session early.
Yeah. Which really, we were lucky because the first round we weren't getting that psychic damage. But
Actually, it was
quickly...
every other round it was not inflicting its psychic damage.
Okay. Because I know, and then we also had those monsters pop up, which were really the transformed followers of Corsics that turned into, Cthulhu body horror things that would fit right in my games.
Lovecraftian.
Yeah. And they started fucking everybody up. I remember Nimrod managed to get out and everything with 1 hit point left.
Yeah, actually, I realized after that fight that technically Nimrod should have died. I forgot that uncanny dodge only works against foes you can see. So I was letting him have some of the damage each round, which would have killed him. But my bad, he's alive. Sorry, Sarius.
Thanks.
And then I remember Aurelia was flying around and trying, and was offered a chance by Corsics to join her again. And then Aurelia decided to go invisible and just start fucking things up for Corsics. And then
Lucerosi got out of the field of darkness and started making his way around the edge, but he then encountered 2 of those former minions, now slime creatures, that killed him.
Yes.
One of which began to feast on his insides as the other crawled away.
Yeah, so Lucerosi legit died. And I have food to get.
He died. He was being eaten alive by the ooze.
And just like last session, after he died, he wandered off to go do some other thing. And Corsics tried to kill Aurelia. But Aurelia managed to counterspell her basically power word kill.
Mm-hmm. Not impressed. Yeah.
The rest of us, while Lucerosi was the ooze's dinner, the rest of us continued away at Corsics until she fled before we were able to deliver a killing blow.
Yeah, she opened some kind of dimension and walked in, I think. Vanished. Yep. And Aurelia was outvoted and was not allowed to reincarnate Lucerosi.
So yeah, we revivified him. A bunch of healing checks. Zarius was able to bring him back to life with a great amount of pain on Lucerosi's part. That remains.
Right, Lucerosi has had some of his organs partially eaten, so he's still in some distress for RP purposes.
Then we spent a very long time, at least a long time in like playing time, but not so long in character time, coming up with different pseudo-scientific methods for testing out what happens to the spear. So we've grabbed various lengths of sticks and shoved them in.
Yes. Fire. Wasn't fire involved, I think?
Yes.
fire and a
And
light
it's light
spell
spells.
and a horse head or pony head rather. I think.
Yeah. And then I talk to it.
And then also was it the eye that goes in. I forgot the name of the spell. But
Clairvoyance.
Zarius cast
Yeah,
clairvoyance.
Zarius cast clairvoyance pretty early, and then was just sort of lost in that spell because time was flowing differently on the side where the sensor was.
Effectively, what we learned through all of this is that fire went out whenever it went inside. That light, any sort of radiance kind of caused it to kind of move the darkness to move around it, but never actually penetrated it. We learned that when you stuck a stick in or any sort of physical object, the further it would stick into this sphere, the stronger the pull would be, and it would be harder to pull it out. And then when you, for like the stick's purposes, when you did pull it out, it was, I think it was missing. Like it would be kind of cleanly severed at whatever spot was left was the final part in the sphere.
Or the
Eventually we decided. What?
I said, or the stick was just breaking as you were trying to pull it out. It wasn't like disintegrating things.
Oh, okay. I thought I maybe I misremembered that. Then
well, because eventually you lowered
Lucerosi
in on a rope, and the rope survived, but the knots that Nimrod tied, they did not bear under the weight because Lucerosi weighs significantly more than even like the staff you were poking through. So
well, I thought it was somebody else. I thought Aurelia was the one that went in, and Lucerosi tried to pull her out, and then the rope broke, and Lucerosi, without a thought, dived in after her.
Yep.
Right, and then Nimrod went in after Lucerosi,
and then me and T-Hole waited a moment.
Right.
Yep.
Before going in.
Yeah. We just considered at that point, like, well,
it's like obviously we got to go in, but let's just double check around here. Let's secure things, and then we'll go in.
Are they rolling up new characters? No. Okay, so.
Right. After leaving Kepri and your horse behind at the campsite, you both went in. And then it just felt like you were plummeting for several weeks, although it felt like you were out of your bodies at that point because you couldn't feel the extent of your bodies. But you eventually landed in what would, other than the pitch black sky above you, look like more or less a perfectly normal square in a town with a fountain nearby. Behind you, there was a smaller version of the black portal that you had tumbled through. And in front of you was a very large 12-foot tall guy with horns and floppy goat ears who was in the middle of a ritual to try to destroy the portal behind you.
Seer, right?
Yeah, he introduced himself as the seer and claimed that he had a vision of you all arriving in this place, which he referred to as Malakar's Keep. But he knew you would be there. He didn't know how you were going to arrive, and he was very surprised to see that you had tumbled out of the sphere, which he referred to as a kind of weapon being used by the enemies of the keep. Essentially saying that this other race called the Scathe could grow or in a semi-organic kind of way spheres of annihilation that they would then hurl at whatever it was they were trying to destroy. And this, although it was 10 feet across, was one of them. He, however, had a way of sort of dissolving them on the rare occasion that they landed but didn't manage to dissolve or disappear on their own. And
we also, I think we gave him a bit of an existential crisis when we were described some of these things in our world, and he realized, oh, maybe when I'm disarming them here, they're being set off elsewhere.
Right. Well, because he said it's sort of a rare event for these things to turn into portals, but it's possible. And one of his jobs here in the keep is to dissolve them. But as he described it, it takes a lot of energy for these portals to exist. And if he severs the portal on one side, all of that energy has to go somewhere. And so it probably just sort of like a broken rubber band shoots through to the side of the portal that's still anchored and explodes out that way. So he was concerned that if he severs this particular portal, it's going to cause an explosion in your world, or vice versa. He sort of suggested that it's possible for these things to kind of fall apart on their own over time. So he was a little concerned about that too. But he said he would, hold off on dissolving it for the moment because you probably will need it to go back.
Yeah.
He also said that your world in particular, there have been a number of people from your world who've been appearing here in the void because they're all going on some sort of pilgrimage to a place called Eternity's Doorstep, where, according to this religion, their god is either imprisoned or asleep, and they hope that their prayers will at some point wake their god up so that he can come back to your world. And he cautioned you not to tell anybody that you are from that particular world, as he referred to you all as children of Rashan.
Did we, I think during our kind of fall, our out of body experience, did we pass by or at least see glimpses of this Eternity's Doorstep?
You saw several things. If to you it felt like several weeks. And so occasionally you would get impressions of some other things existing in the void. So I don't think all of you saw it, but some of you, for example, saw a purple crystal city with where arcs of black lightning were shooting between the crystals that seemed to be filled with these scathed creatures that flew around it in great flocks. All of you did, however, see what you believe to be Eternity's Doorstep, which is a planet-sized body that looks like it's made of just glass. There's some sort of writing carved on the glass, but otherwise the surface of this planet is featureless. And there were also, there again, flocks of these creatures flying around it. And you saw many, many undead on the surface of it being just absorbed through the glass into it at different rates.
Didn't we also get some information from the seer in terms of what the Wand of Eternity's Doorstep does, and Asmodeus as the individual who previously had it?
He did say that once upon a time, the Asmodeus of your world was selected to be a sort of guardian for Eternity's Doorstep. And he was given a wand, which probably isn't probably not just a wand, but it probably also could be used to open the sphere up or create a gap in the sphere. But it essentially channeled a portion of the sphere's energy, and it was given to him so that he could essentially defend the place using the energy of the sphere itself. So he said if anybody had it, they might be able to at least open the sphere, which might wake the god up. And then he also said that all the years he spent in the void, he has essentially been in contact with negative energy so long that he embarrassingly picked up the vampirism disease. And that's what he envisioned in when he saw that you were in the town. He saw that you might be able to help him with that, because Malakar, who at the moment is missing, apparently has developed a spell that can cure vampirism. But the seer can't even approach Malakar's citadel, a series of towers that exists off to the side of the keep, sort of connected to it. We'll get to that. But he can't even get into it because the barrier that keeps out the creatures is very strong, particularly around the citadel itself, and would keep out undead as well, which at the moment he is.
Mm-hmm. And he was also worried about revealing his disease, thinking that Lucirosi would fight him based on his vision.
Well, what he said was that in his vision, the first time he had the vision, he did conceal it, and it came out that he was a vampire at some point. And because he was concealing it, in that timeline, Lucerosi attacked him, thinking he was evil. And so this time he actually just went out and revealed it. He didn't want that to happen. He also said that the people who live in the tower, or at least one of them, probably would also want your help to find Malachar, which is probably going to be needed to get this spell. And that he has no reason to believe Malachar will just give you the spell. So there may be some negotiation involved if you can find him to get a scroll of the spell or some way of casting it.
Mhm.
I remember learning that he was undead before he revealed the vampirism, but that he was also celestial and like aberration or something.
Right. Zarius had cast Detect Evil and Good. And he came up as several confused categories at once. That is because he is not from your universe, so he doesn't exactly conform to the spells as it would normally apply in your universe. So he was able to detect as these 3 categories at one time.
He's
He also
not bound
mentioned
by your
that there are
labels.
many incarnations of Mordenkainen,
Right.
just as there are many Asmodeuses across different universes.
Mm.
So I'm sure Aurelia was thrilled to hear that.
Actually, I imagine she probably was, because it's more than kindness to kill, right?
Yep.
So just go out like 13. Just going off to hunt more than cannons.
So you went to what amounts to an inn. The entire town actually seems deserted. You didn't see anybody other than the seer until you went to the inn, when the person running the inn, who himself is some sort of fiend, gave you a room and tried to tell you his backstory, but most of you didn't care. So every time he started, he was cut off.
At this juncture, I guess T-Hole would be, he would humor him to hear his backstory. Also, just genuinely interested in this otherworldly place.
Right. Well, now when you try to find him, you don't see him in the inn. Everything seems sort of quiet and unnaturally still when you're going to look for him. But you were trying to rest. However, you were about to discover that you don't really recover hit points on a rest. You do get your spell slots back if anybody's looking to get spell slots. It's only hit points that don't come back.
So are we because we also leveled up, so how does that?
You would get back your whatever hit points you gain for the level, you get that.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'll say it was
So, and eventually the seer came to the inn to see you again.
And he was drinking a cup of blood, right?
Yes. That is actually part of the embarrassment for him, is now he needs blood to survive, but blood is pretty rare.
So, where is everyone? This place is empty.
Well, I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Seems normal enough to me. Oh, right. You're going to have to get used to this place. You're not used to subjective time yet. And so consequently, people who are in different frames of reference from you, different Well, it's hard to explain, but if people are imagining themselves being in a different flow of time, frequently you can have difficulty seeing them unless they're in a flow of time that's much slower than yours. And you are moving pretty slowly through time, I have to say. I have to really slow myself down to be visible to you.
How do and maybe we covered this, but how do we control this subjective time?
It can be taught to you. It's not necessarily intuitive or easy. And so, from your perspective, it would, well, take time. You'll pick it up
See,
naturally enough on your own eventually. But
is
just
there
at the
anything
moment, you're pretty new to this place, so I wouldn't expect that you're gonna, unless you have a natural talent for it, gonna suddenly pick up on it. You'll be good enough to go when you get to the tower. The tower is pretty much a chunk of well, your time more or less.
what sort of being is Malachar?
He's human, as far as I know. Malachar is an odd one. Malachar has been spending a lot of his existence here trying to pick up pieces of himself from other universes. He believes he can unify himself into some sort of like super being by consolidating every Malachar from every universe into himself. But all of them that I'm aware of, he's always been basically human. We don't really see him too much. It's been years since I've seen him, so maybe he's moved on from that.
I suppose that makes some sense why his subjective time would be closer to ours then.
Oh yeah, he's from. He's not from your world, but he is from a normal human world, and time tends to flow that way in most material worlds.
Is this Rashawn not a normal human world?
Well, Rashawn was. I suppose you would call him some sort of celestial or god. I guess you could call him either from your perspective, but he existed in a ship in the void. That ship eventually he had to sacrifice himself to keep it intact, as the void has a tendency to break things down. And your entire multiverse, what you know of as the universe and all of its planes, is essentially the ship he used to navigate through the void.
Like each plane is a different part of the ship?
They're all contained within it. I wouldn't necessarily say they're all parts. They coexist in their own way. You could say some of the planes were probably in different parts of the ship.
That's
I mean, I'm not expert on your world. You could probably find, possibly in the tower, more information about your particular world than I have access to. I only really know about it because so many of you, the pilgrims from your world, come here.
Do they leave?
So far as I know, they do, but they don't all come here, presumably. And anybody who comes here to visit Eternity's doorstep is going to have a way to create a portal back, or else they're probably going to die on the journey to Eternity's doorstep. It's not exactly a quick process to get from here to there, and you're going to need to be able to protect yourself from the forces of the void to do it at all.
When we were on in transit, I saw glimpses of this city, this this violet city with lightning. Are you familiar with what this might be. It wasn't Malakar's keep. This was another place.
And what describe the city a bit more to me? What did it look like?
Let me pull it up because I don't have the description off the top of my head. It was a floating purple, floating city of purple crystal. It looked like there was blue-black lightning discharges all around it, and it looked like there was these bat-like creatures.
That would be the Scathe. So you probably saw Zul'Karaneth. Zul'Karaneth is, I don't know that I would say it's a capital, but close to a capital city as they have.
Capital of the Scathe.
Yeah, so to speak. I mean, they tend to share, most of the time, they tend to share one mind. And so that is the place where probably the greatest number of them live at any one time, although they are spread pretty far and wide throughout the void.
This place is under constant assault. Is it not possible to strike back at this Zul'Karaneth?
It's certainly possible to attack Zul'Karaneth. It's a little hard because there are more of these creatures there than anywhere else. But even if we destroyed Zul'Karaneth, I don't know how many Scathe would still be around to attack us. Zul'Karaneth, it would slow them down if we could destroy it utterly, but I don't know that it would stop them. The void is, in a sense, I don't know how much you know about the concept of infinity, but there are different orders of infinity, and the void is the greatest order of infinity anyone knows, and the Scathe permeate the entire space. So theoretically, there may be an infinite number of Scathe. And while Zul'Karaneth is the closest thing I know of to a capital city for them, I couldn't tell you it's the only settlement that they have.
I see.
Aurelia sits down. Her mind is blown.
I imagine Lucirosi is still sleeping given his internal injuries.
So who is in the room with him?
I'm there.
I'm probably around, but preparing spells.
So as I said, I can put you on the road to get you to Malakar's keep. The wards around it are going to keep me back because of my vampirism. Malakar also is not, and I also do not completely get along. No, wouldn't kill each other or anything like that, but he probably wouldn't want me near his keep anyway. But his apprentice, Lavinia Brightswan, has been hoping to find somebody to find him anyway. So my interest in hers do coincide in this case. That said, I imagine you guys are going to need to be in somewhat better shape than you are right now. So I suppose I could provide you with some magical healing if you need it.
Did you do you and Malakar did you have a falling out?
Yeah, sort of. Malakar is very focused on his magical studies and not so focused on this little settlement that has built up near his keep. Once upon a time, I suggested he needed to get more involved, and he, well, took a little bit of offense to my remarks because he did not form this entire complex in order to build up this settlement, according to him. So he feels absolutely no attachment to it and no need to protect it or take care of it. That's why I see around the central citadel where he lives, the wards are very strong. There is no way for the Scathe to hurl any of their spheres of annihilation at the tower. So they tend to focus their attacks on the settlement because more of their weapons will make it through the shields that protect this place here. And I suggested that maybe he could strengthen the shields, which I know he can do. And he basically told me that if I didn't like the way he was running things, I could leave.
Well, he sounds like a jerk.
He is a jerk. But he's a jerk that happens to have a cure for my condition. So, and he did build this place in the first place. So, can't completely discard everything he's given us just because he's not quite as generous as I might have hoped.
Well, he hasn't gone full Canaan, so you're okay.
I don't know. I don't understand that expression. I mean, he wears clothes. If that's what it means, he's not naked.
Now, is this assistant Bright Swan an actual swan?
She is not an actual swan. She is a human woman. He's collected a group of wizards around him. Used to be 5 wizards around him. One of them disappeared, sort of suspicious circumstances. Maybe he was killed by one of them. I don't really know what happened to him. But there are 4 wizards living in that tower complex, all of whom were, I believe, apprentices of Malachar at one point in time before he disappeared.
Do this group of wizards have a name? Do they go by?
Not really. They do sometimes call themselves the Order. There's not they're the only order of wizards in the entire void as far as I know. So calling themselves the Order is pretty much as much of a name as they need.
Are there infinite copies? So you mentioned that there were many versions of Mordenkainen and many versions of our world. Right?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, technically,
Are
I'm
there
from
many
a
versions of the void?
version of your world, but it is a very different world that I'm from than where you know is of his home.
Are there many versions of the void?
No, there is only one
Or is there
void
only
so
one
far.
void?
So far as we know, there's only one void, and all of the worlds are touched by it. See, the void is pure entropy; it's pure chaos, and so consequently, that seems to be very destructive from our point of view because we all survived and were born in stable universes. But because the void is constantly churning and creating and destroying, because it's pure chaos, sometimes the void will go ahead and create something that's strong enough to avoid being torn apart right away. And some portion of those things eventually grow to be their own universes. And the void spends a lot of times trying to break them down, but it just can't. But relative to the size of the void, it's not that much existence. I don't know if there's an infinite number of universes either. There's a lot of them, more than a dozen. But the void is so vast, who's to say how many more there might be out there that I've just never encountered?
Is there an opposite Is there an antithesis to the void? Like a source
No.
of pure energy?
Sort of. Most of the universes that manage to avoid destruction will have somewhere within their structure a place of what we might call positive energy, radiant energy sometimes. There's many names for it. But usually these are sublayers within a manifold of planes within a given universe. So there's not, so far as I've ever heard, a plane that is as extensive as the void. But there are these bubbles of pure positive energy. And within, if you were within one of these planes, generally speaking, they are infinite when you're within them. But as I said, there are orders of infinity. From the standpoint of the void, you have to go into a universe which is contained entirely within the void, and then the positive energy plane will be a subsection of that. However infinite it may seem, it's a smaller order of infinity than the void itself. But it's enough to stave off the destructive effects of the entropy of the void. I'm sure there must be a universe out there that doesn't have that, but I've not, so far as I know, I've not encountered one. Not that I've seen the positive energy plane of every universe. It's more of a theory.
Well, where we came from certainly is not a place of positive energy. It's a downright dump. So
I believe your universe does have a positive energy plane, though.
they probably wrecked it by now.
Could well be. I mean, if not, an interesting question that I have speculated on is the Scathe hate us because they believe that they used to be creatures of positive energy and that all of their positive energy was stolen, leaving them creatures of pure negative energy, of pure entropy. And so consequently, they want to destroy what they see as, well, what we tend to think of as real creatures, creatures built on a positive energy matrix. If your universe doesn't have a positive energy core to it, then maybe they wouldn't care as much about you as they do about the rest of us.
Yeah, they got it all wrong.
Not that I would test that if I were you.
Have you spoken with a Scathe? How do you know that they hate you? That's why this is the reasoning that they hate you or hate.
We have had
beings.
Scathe prisoners from time to time, and I myself have never questioned them one-on-one, but they're essentially their motivations are understandable enough. They're kind of religious fanatics. The sad thing is, I don't believe they ever were creatures of positive energy. I believe they are native to the void, formed of entropy, just like the crystals of entropy are. I don't see how they could have ever had any positive energy within them. They just dislike the fact that we are creatures of positive energy and have convinced themselves that somehow we have usurped this legacy from them. But try convincing a religious zealot that their religion is wrong, and you'll find it's not that easy.
That moment, Lustrosi comes in. He's kind of holding his sides, still in a bit of pain. So, do we have a plan of action?
Well, I was just running through more or less current events here in Malakar's Keep with your friends. I can take you, there's a bridge that connects the settlement to the Citadel, to the complex of towers where Malakar should be. I can take you there whenever you're ready to go. I did suggest you do look a little beat up. I could probably wrangle up some magical healing for you that would function normally.
Yeah, so remind me how healing works here again.
So, let's see my thing.
Is there a sheet for it?
Yeah, isn't there
Yeah.
a tab in there?
Yeah, well, there's a
An
file.
email too, right?
Yeah, special rules in the void.
Oh yeah.
So magical healing just doesn't even function.
Right.
Well, that's why even prepare the spell. What about well, probably not a good idea considering what it does, but where are you at? Life transference? Where I literally take necrotic damage and then heal somebody for what is it? Twice
I
that
also,
damage.
right, as I said, it is possible that might work, since it works differently than regular magical healing. There is only one way to find out.
But all necrotic damage is doubled, so
So maybe the healing will be doubled.
I mean, it already they heal twice the damage that I take. It's like, here, you live. I'm dead.
Let
now.
me cut off my arm and I'll give you 2.
That's right. It's only a flesh wound. I mean, I can I ask the dude, like, if healing magic does not work here, what about actual transferring of life essence?
Let's see.
I'm curious how that worked with my, if they're at 0 hit points thing. Do I take max damage so they can take max healing, or?
I have not seen anyone attempt a life transference in my time here, so I don't really know. In
Your
theory,
professional appearance or opinion, I mean.
in theory, that might work,
In theory.
but it is possible it will inflict the damage and heal nothing. But there are, there are some specially formulated magical potions and devices that can heal damage for people like us. At least here in Malakar's Keep, they're pretty well known. They're mostly made by Belgrek the Bronze in the Citadel.
Is he actually bronze?
Sort of. He's a dragonkin, bronze dragonkin. So he's bronze colored.
I got a better way of testing it than doing a full-on life transference. I could just do a vampiric touch later on. See if that works. So that's the same thing in the opposite direction.
Mhm.
Less efficient, but we'll see what happens.
So at the offer of healing, Lucerosi does say, I have some injuries that if you can help me recover would certainly help.
Well, let me go and see what I can find, and I'll come back with some augmented potions for you.
Now, Kurt, because I did get a level of exhaustion from being raised, how does that get healed? Is that more difficult to heal? Is that like kind of the exhaustion mechanic for during the overland travel?
Yeah, it is more difficult to heal.
Okay.
So it's not gone yet. But he leaves, and from your perspective, about an hour later, he comes back, and with him, he has 6 potions. They're pretty thick. They're all black, with a little hint of red in them, and they're thick like maple syrup thick. These should be good to heal you up. Like I said, other humans do come through here from time to time. We do get caravans of traders that we rely on to keep things functioning here. So while I've never actually tried these on people from your particular universe, they've been tried on humans and similar creatures of that nature. So I believe you should be healed by these. So they will function in the void, and they function as they heal 44 plus 4 hit points each.
Okay. So Lucirosi will take one and he'll drink it down. So 44 plus 4.
Yep.
13. All right, I'm only 10 away from my max now.
So do you want to try resting up some more before we leave, or are you ready to go there now?
Well, even though time is subjective here, I think moving quickly is in the best interest of our saving our world.
I mean, I certainly can. He's looking at you, Lucirosi, as he said this. I certainly do want my condition healed as quickly as possible, but you look pretty tuckered out. I feel like you might want to just take a day. So
Yeah.
the way exhaustion works is if you can rest for 24 hours, which is, you know, longer than a normal long rest, you can make a saving throw. And if you make the saving throw, you get that level of exhaustion back.
Okay. So Lucirosi will look to everyone else and say, I am still more than capable of holding my own if need be, but I don't want this to be wasted time. Would there be things that you guys can achieve during that time when I would be resting?
During this, Aurelia has curled up back on the bed and started taking another nap.
Zarius says, yes, making sure that you rest.
We still have yet to get used to this subjective time. Having a day to kind of acclimate to this plane before entering, before proceeding further, might not be a bad, might not be a bad move. Perhaps we can have a little bit more control of this phenomenon before we get to the keep.
I would
There's-
suggest that you maybe, if you want to take the rest, I'm perfectly fine with that. This place is safe. I would suggest that you rest here. Wandering around the town, probably not the best idea because other things could get the drop on you pretty easily because they are living in different subjective time manifolds. So consequently, you wouldn't see them necessarily coming up on you if they wanted to eat you. They probably wouldn't because the punishment for breaking the law here is pretty harsh, and killing anybody you see just because you want to eat them is definitely breaking the law. But you never know. Crime does happen. The law here would avenge you. There's that.
Is there is there a way that if
We can look
spend the
less
day-
tasty.
or some way that we can kind of quicken getting this time handling down so that we could walk around?
I mean, the more time you spend here, the more you'll get used to it. But it took me several weeks when I first got here to get the hang of it. I imagine it'll take about the same amount of time for you. I could probably cut that in half by providing instruction, but not much faster than that.
That works.
Well, persuaded by T-Hole's argument and to give you an idea of how much Lucirosi is suffering through his wounds, he actually accepts and acquiesces and heads back to take off his armor and get some rest.
So can I like I don't know, do some sort of medicine check or whatever to help him make sure he's resting properly so that he can maybe get advantage on his check? I don't know.
That sure, that makes sense.
That's my goal.
Well, I was gonna, the internal damage he has suffered from the pudding eating him, not much to do about that. But him getting the level
Perform some field surgery.
right.
Everything goes right through him now.
We never determined which organs he lost. Or lost parts of, I guess.
So yeah, so make a medicine check. DC is 15.
All right, don't roll.
Does your race
below a
normally have
3.
one gonad?
There you go.
There you go. So you have advantage on your check when you try to get your level of exhaustion back.
Okay.
Because Zarius is there to say, no, don't sleep that way. Sleep this way. Come, rest. Rest.
Are you resting yet?
Relax.
Is there
Bro,
any?
do you even rest?
I said relax.
Is there anything we should avoid to look like meals to these creatures that may be in these folds?
I mean, I suppose if you could look more demonic or more like, some sort of tentacle beast. The more tentacles you have, the less likely they are to find you tasty, as the old saying goes.
So here's an interesting thought. Do illusion spells operate on a frequency similar to like TVs to fake that motion? And do people in different frames of reference see through it because it's a blinking image?
like a camera on a old cathode ray tube.
That's actually kind of an awesome idea.
Modifying question. The real question is, why does Kurt keep throwing us into these complex situations that he has to keep on top of, like the whole time situation?
Deep down, everyone's just a little bit of a masochist.
So the seer says he's going to come back in a day and see how Luciorosi's doing. He seems a little concerned that Luciorosi is as beat up as he is.
Yeah, we know. If he could get us some more of these healing potions, that would be more than helpful.
I'll see what I can do.
Get us through the tower.
I'll see what I can do. I did clear out the ones that were sort of immediately available, but it might be possible for you to prevail upon Baelgreg to give you more, since he is the primary supplier of them. But I will check with some of the local merchants and see if they have any hidden stores that I'm unaware of.
Is there a way? Is there a way for us to? How do we get the innkeeper's attention? It seems to be, well, he's probably in a different time than we are.
Oh, it's almost certain here that he would be in some different time frame than you are, because he can get so much more done. Like I said, from the just like when I first got here, it took me a while to acclimate to subjective time. Everyone who comes here from a physical reality takes goes through pretty much the same process. And once you figure it out, you realize you can get a lot of stuff done super quickly by just changing the frame of reference that you're working with. Paint a wall, speed up time, wall's dry, put on the second coat. But I'm sure if you if you can get within proximity of him and just call out to Zaverna, he'll probably appear in your time frame somewhere.
All right, that is good to know.
So yeah, go down to the first floor, like in the main room, and call out to him, and he'll appear. I'll bet you, if he's there at the moment.
Is there anyone else that you would consider friendly that we may be able to converse with? You mentioned that maybe it wouldn't be the best idea to leave the inn, but um, you know, it might be nice to meet some other folks.
Well, so far as I know, there's nobody who's of human origin or what you might consider to be normal here. There are aberrations and fiends, few undead, things like that. I don't know the people who are in town at the moment. I could point you to people who I think are perfectly safe, but I don't necessarily know that they have information you'd find tremendously useful. Is there something you wanted to know about that might help me narrow it down?
Is there an arts and crafts store?
Not as such, no.
Well, I suppose as always, just have a general. The library, of course, at Malachi's Keep will be of immense interest. But I like magical baubles and kind of perusing shops or collections of items. In general, also just trying to, the void is so foreign to our our plane and our world that, trying to get just kind of learn the culture of this town, which seems to be a place that Malachar cares nothing for. Yeah, it's the only place that people can presumably survive in the void.
There are other places, pockets where people could survive on, on some time frames. It depends on what exactly you're looking for. This is about the only place, though, where if you wanted to live a life in the void, that you could live here full time, because obviously creatures like us, we require food and water, things like that. Food and water don't generally crop up anywhere in the void, except here, because we have a more or less steady supply of caravans. But even water, hard to come by here. It's pretty expensive to get water.
Where do the caravans come from?
Various universes, mostly creatures within those universes that are able to plane shift into the void and plane shift out again. There are certain resources you can get here in the void that you can't get anywhere else, like crystals of pure entropy, which themselves have a certain degree of necrotic power, I suppose you would say.
I'd imagine those could be pretty powerful.
They could be. It depends on the size and quality. Right, the size and quality of the crystal will matter, but this is essentially the only place in any universe to get them is to come to the void. So even if the caravans themselves aren't going to make use of them, they can then take them back to their home worlds and trade them.
Makes sense.
On rare occasion, there's an illegal trade also in spheres of annihilation. If you can get one before I've dispelled it, you might be able to sell through some caravaner at a risk. Again, penalties for breaking the law are pretty harsh, but they'll pay a lot for a sphere of annihilation in most cases.
How does one pocket a sphere of annihilation to even do that? Those things were quite large.
Well, the normal ones only not necessarily so big. They can be, as small as like your head. The only problem is, you're right, you can't just hide them. You've got to basically keep mental control over them. and direct where they're going to go using your pure force of will. So they can be a little hard to conceal, but ordinarily, if somebody can whisk one away, it's not like we have a way of detecting them. And if the creature can plane shift at will in and out of the void, then it can essentially last stop by the sphere and then plane shift away with the sphere. Never come within sight of the law. Are you looking to buy a
Can
sphere of
any-
annihilation? Is that what I'm hearing?
I was just, you mentioned that there was an illegal trade, and that just seemed like something that would be difficult to trade. So I was
Like I
curious.
said, if you can get it out of line of sight, they don't normally normal detection spells won't detect a sphere of annihilation because it literally absorbs any magic that hits its surface. So at least if there's a spell to easily detect one, I don't know what it is. So if you can find one that hasn't that is otherwise just hit the settlement and has stuck there, you can mentally command it to float up and follow you, go into a building, leave it even in a corner, and because we didn't see it, we don't know it's there. You then sell it to some demon who buys it and plane shifts away. Now he has a sphere of annihilation. I suspect that's how spheres of annihilation got into all of the universes, is somebody picked them up here in the void and just took them back with them.
Is there anything, can anyone who has the ability to plane shift into the void, or is there something special required to get here, opposed to one of the, like, for example, hypothetically, I could plane shift to any of the planes in Rashan. Did I have to do something extra to be able to plane shift into the void?
Well, every world's a little different, and sometimes there'll be slightly different rules from one place to another. But in general, if you can plane shift within your sphere, then you can plane shift outside of it, and outside of it is here. I would think the hard part would be making sure that you plane shift to somewhere that you can survive when you got there. Plane shift to the wrong spot in the void, and the
It's
entity
always
will
the
just
trick.
tear you apart instantly. So you'd want to plane shift to like here, or like I said, there's a couple places where there are pockets that are more or less stable for creatures like us, for physical creatures. But yeah, if you can plane shift, then you could probably come back and forth between this place and your homeworld as much as you want.
Makes sense. I can't plane shift, but that would be cool.
And for T-Hole, you thinking what I'm thinking? This could be like our vacation spot.
You know that I've always kind of wanted a vacation house in the void.
It's kind of nice. Other than the random being eaten. Now, do they eat undead? Do these things that come from the fold eat undead?
Really, it depends on whatever is looking to eat you. Some of them will. Some of them just like the taste of flesh, I suppose. More so, though, I would think they would like to have, living mortal bodies. Some of them don't even eat. It's not even that they eat you. Like they'll want your life force or parts of your mind. In your case, I mean, I would partly be afraid. There are a number of mind flayers who live here, and brains are pretty harder to come by even than blood.
I can imagine that. I imagine that the brain caravans don't come along very often.
Well, and mind flayers tend to eat them fresh, so they have to come by with people, which does happen. I will be honest. It is not necessarily illegal to sell a slave for food. I don't make the laws.
I could probably take care of the whole elf situation, but since they don't have brains, I wouldn't really.
So if there's something you're looking to buy, you can let me know. I can escort you to the shops. You'd be perfectly safe if I was walking with you.
I think I would just be kind of window shopping, just seeing what they have.
I mean, I don't think uh, other than maybe the entropy crystals, I'm not sure that there would be a selection that would be of much interest to you. A lot of it's food and water for various different kinds of creatures. We are essentially, we live on these trades, so it's not a lot of exotic goods.
How much? How would I use, or how could I use an entropy crystal?
Depends on what level of magic you have access to. You would need it. Definitely requires magic to make full use of them. I mean, you presumably could make some sort of a art object out of them, some sort of a sculpture. They do, however, tend to give off necrotic energy, so it might be a little dangerous to keep it like close at hand.
Continue.
But I mean, otherwise, you would use it probably as either like a component in a spell or in the creation of some sort of magical item that needed a lot of necrotic energy.
Sounds good.
Well, it might not be. Maybe on the way out, we can, when we're done with Malakar's Keep, we can pick up a couple just to,
Yep. Before we head out, like a couple of that and a spear of
bring 'em back
annihilation,
home.
and we'll just head out.
I'm sure that wouldn't be a problem. As long as you have something to trade that's worth it.
Oh, I'm sure we can come up with
Yeah.
something.
What are they interested in here?
Various gemstones. See, here, those crystals are relatively easy to come by. They're not easily findable necessarily in this settlement, but out and about in the void, you can come across what amount to sort of asteroids that are made of this crystal, so they can be easily mined there. But other sorts of gemstones, we don't have easy access to. Those have to be traded for and brought in.
Yeah,
So
Zaris has
gems-
got plenty of stuff he can trade. That's good.
Gemstones are sort of the normal thing to trade. If you have like commercial quantities of water, you could probably trade water for it. But it's not going to be like a regular water skin, but something on the order of like barrels of water. It'd take a lot of barrels of water to buy one of the chaos crystals, but you could do it.
Man.
Nimrod is with us, right?
He is.
Mm.
He doesn't have his decanter.
He doesn't have
So
a,
he's-
yeah.
But as far as we know, he does have a brain, right?
He does have a brain.
Mhm.
He tells you about it often.
Yes, he does.
It's got to be pretty tasty.
So I don't necessarily know what it is you have to trade, but if you can make a case for it, a merchant might listen.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and take care of this issue here with Malakar and the swan person.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate. Well, I guess we all appreciate, especially Shorosi appreciates your help. Is Seer your first name?
Eitvolt is my first name. Seer is just a
Eitvolt?
title. EITVOLT. Eitvolt.
Eidvolt. Okay. Who bestowed you this title?
Well, I do tend to, ever since coming to the void, have visions of the future. So it's more or less just a nickname that I've picked up and have been going by since or as long as I've lived here at Malakar's Keep.
Is that normal in the void? Do others?
So far as I know, I'm the only one it happens to.
Hmm.
But not
Do
exactly as
do
if I've met
others-
everyone.
Do others have others gained any strange, like, not strange, but gained any new abilities from being in contact with the void?
It does happen. My power is pretty unusual, but usually people who come here pick up powers because they just get too exposed to negative energy. And so powers may even be the wrong word. Like sometimes people will start to grow tentacles. Sometimes they can even control the tentacles.
Ooh.
Continue.
In which case it becomes a little bit like an extra limb. Now, if you can't control the tentacle, that leaves you in two categories. Either you have like a dead tentacle that's just hanging there, or you have a tentacle with a mind of its own. And then it's like having a twin. Sometimes you don't get along with.
It's just like a wet noodle just flapping on your skin all the time.
So,
Well, if you're lucky, if you're unlucky, it's a wet noodle that's trying to kill everybody standing nearby.
Or, insert itself.
Trying to strangle you.
so Seer, what would happen if you ended up where we're from?
Well, from what I know of your world, I think I would be fine. I grew up on a world that was, a material world. So
And I'm a material girl.
I don't necessarily know that there's anything like poisonous about your world that would affect me. But not having been there, you never really know.
I just look at T-Hole and raise my eyebrow. There's plenty of elves he could eat. And he sees in the future.
So yeah, I
No.
mean, if you ever, for example, wanted to go to a different universe than the one you came from, you could probably do that too. Most of them, you'd be fine in. Most of the ones that at least have a material plane. Some of them you wouldn't. I mean, some of them are like giant blobs of superheated liquid metal.
Okay.
So
I
I
check
will be-
myself to see if I
Kronbacher.
have. I'll do a quick look to see if I have any tentacles growing right now. Am I tentacle free?
so far as you can see, I assume you're fully dressed.
Yes.
There are no obvious tentacles growing.
All right. What about T-Hole? I'll just look at him.
You don't see
Yeah,
any obvious
I'll like-
tentacles on anyone, but Zarius naturally has just like a fringe of tentacles all the time, hanging off his
Oh.
chin.
I just look at Nimrod. I'm thinking, yep. There we go. All right.
So the seer leaves, and you guys rest. Are you going to go look for Zaverna, the innkeeper?
Mm,
Well, T-Hole was the one who was looking for him.
I think before kind of calling the innkeeper out, I think I would Teal would just kind of wander around the inn, and inspect, kind of explore. Particularly interested in seeing if there's any like bookshelves. I know the library is going to have a lot more, a lot more, but seeing like, the kind of paint, if there's any art, or if there's any books around of note.
So you wouldn't find books per se. You do find in various places scrolls and tablets.
and I would just kind of attempt to read them.
So roll me a D100. So the first thing you find is a tablet. Let me see what languages you speak.
And you realize there's a tentacle that's turning the pages for you.
Yeah, so I mean, the tablet is made of stone. You don't recognize even the alphabet. It looks as if the tablet itself is stone, but it looks as if somebody has sort of carved in a series of characters that are made up of just straight lines at pretty fixed angles. So even the alphabet is alien to you. It's not Itaran or Draconic or Common.
Interesting. And I would, what was the innkeeper's name?
Zaverna.
Zaverna.
And you feel there's like a slight displacement of air, and right over your shoulder, like an inch behind you, the fiend appears. He seems to just sort of shimmer into existence as far as you can tell.
Ah, thank you for slowing down.
Not a problem. Did you need something?
Do you know what this says?
Yes.
This is the language I cannot read.
You should be able to read it. It's in a fairly common language. In any event, it tells us a story of the rise of Mephistopheles, at least the first little part of it, of his taking over a layer of the hells in at least one universe. Not your universe, I assume. There's so many.
Is
Capturing
this,
the Iron Tower of Dis. He like points to a spot on the tablet itself and is running his finger across. In this particular case, he's running across it from right to left. Did Mephistopheles capture the Iron Tower of Dis in your universe?
You know, do I know that?
Give me an Arcana check. You're not aware of that particular detail, if he did or not.
You know, I'm not sure. It's been some time since I've recollected the events of Mephistopheles.
Well,
Oh, man.
it's possible.
Hopefully he's not a big follower.
Yeah. It's like he's a BTS fan and you've just mispronounced his name. It's possible that Mephistopheles doesn't exist in your universe, I suppose. He's not in everyone.
Really?
He's in most of them, as near as I can tell. Most of them have mortal creatures, at least.
So I'm guessing this is fiendish then.
Frequently called hellish or infernal.
Yeah. Well, I'll know this. I'll know that for the future. But maybe when I learn this time thing, I can speed it myself up so I can learn it for the next time I have to read this. How came you to be to the void here? I think you were attempting to tell us a little bit about your backstory, or a little bit about yourself earlier, and we just weren't. We were tired, and from our trip here?
Well, once upon a time, believe it or not, I, lowly Zaverna, was a Baelor. Incredibly powerful. I commanded entire armies. But unfortunately, I ran afoul of a creature who probably also exists in your universe in one form or another, uh, known as Glacia. Do you know Glacia?
Do I know Glazia?
Oh, that old broad?
Give me another Arcana check. Nope, you're unaware of Glacia. Well, she was a very powerful fiend, who was very, very ambitious and was trying to take over some of the command that I had. Unfortunately, she is tremendously sexy, and I, as a Baelor, was not. So she managed to seduce several archdevils, all of whom then wanted to sort of take my armies away from me and give them to her. I decided that I could probably prevent this by starting a little war of my own and taking over the realms from one of the archdevils. Unfortunately, his armies proved to be a bit stronger than I was hoping for, and I was targeted to be killed. Uh, and they very nearly did it, except that I was able to escape with at least a portion of my power into the void. All of it kept getting drained away by the void as I floated through it. Eventually, I found this place, but unfortunately, this is as much power as I had left. So, not quite the Baelor I once was.
Wow.
The good news is, if I spend enough time here, I think I can collect enough souls that I can rebuild my power base. And I've got all the time I need here. It's essentially a timeless void, more or less, once you get the hang of it. So someday I expect I'm going to go back in full glory, full, even more power than I had when I left.
How do you so uh, how many souls do you have now?
Probably, I'll be honest, just like 3 dozen. Not really enough to mount a full offense. But like I said, I've kind of got eternity. Not only is time subjective here, but I'm immortal. So unless somebody wants to kill me, I'm
I
pretty
would-
safe here.
No.
Is this
See
conversation like
perfectly.
where
You,
Lucifer's?
he would no, he would have to be. He'd have to be downstairs for
Yeah,
this.
I am thankfully sleeping and resting and nowhere near the conversation of the former Baelor talking about all the souls he's collected.
I got ideas, but I'm not there. So
You're not looking to sell your soul, are you?
Oh no.
No, but I got a friend.
Yeah, I was you know, that's not really my thing.
What?
Not his
I'm-
own precious soul.
See, there's some others have kind of gone down that route, and you know, it's just not really for me.
He leans in like close and says, "I could grant you a wish. You don't even have to. You could pocket it. You could hold on to the wish until you need it."
I'm good.
He leans
But
back. Well, if you meet anybody who wants to sell their soul, please direct them to me. I know they're going to get other offers, but at least let me like make an offer to them.
wouldn't any demon also make a similar offer of a wish?
Not. First of all, you can't trust a demon. Never sell your soul to a demon. They certainly might make you an offer, and they might take your soul, but they're not going to give you what they promised you for it because they're demons. You can't trust them. A devil probably can't offer you a wish. I'm in a special position because I was once a Baylor. I know the secret mysteries. I know how to grant wishes for a price.
Are Baylors demons?
Baylors are devils.
Okay.
Unless I've gotten them, maybe I've gotten them confused with pit fiends and Baylors. He's the devil version, since they are very similar.
That's fair.
Pit fiend.
Well, I'll keep it in mind.
All right.
So Aurelia is going to be taking naps, and then every time she wakes up, she runs in and says to Zarius, "How long ago? How long is the time yet? How long was that?" And then runs back, and then takes another nap, and then runs back in.
Leave, he must rest.
It hasn't been enough time.
Relax.
And then
I said relax, hits you with his snake staff.
So we met Zaverna before, so we knew he was a fiend, right?
Right.
Yeah. So eventually I would go downstairs and look for Zaverna.
Yeah, when you look around for him, you can't find him.
Zaverna, where'd you go?
You feel there's like a chill as wind rushes past your shoulder, and he's standing right next to you. Did your friend send you? Did that T-hole guy send you? Do you want to sell your soul? Having a slow week here. I could really use a soul.
Well, I'll keep that in mind. I might come across a couple of people that might be interested.
All right. I feel like I'm never going to get a soul out of you people. I mean, don't get me wrong. You paid me pretty well for the room, so.
So I have a question. Do you worry about creatures coming and eating you? Like I heard that there's these creatures and they run around and they eat people. Kind of makes me nervous.
Yeah, I suppose they could be. I'm not that concerned about it, but they probably couldn't gobble me up super quickly. You guys are new here, so you don't have a handle on how time works here yet. You'll get the hang of it soon enough, I'm sure. But for right now, you basically be sitting ducks. I mean, imagine somebody can move 100 times faster than you. And imagine that for whatever reason, they're not afraid of the law. They're not afraid of being thrown out of Malakar's keep. They could come up, eat you, and from your perspective, it'd be like a second has passed, and they've completely devoured you.
Yeah, that's not good.
Now, the problem is it's hard to get away with breaking the law here. And so consequently, you're almost certainly going to get thrown out, and there's really nowhere to go. Not if you have a physical body that you want to keep. So it'd have to be somebody who was just ravenously hungry or somebody who has a way of avoiding capture. And the guardians of this place, there's really two of them, both of whom are extremely powerful.
But you're like a fiend, right? They wouldn't try to eat you.
They might if they thought they could get away with it. I mean, I have a physical body. I have flesh to consume, technically. I have a certain degree of energy within me that some of them might devour. I have some small psychic power within me that some of the aberrations might like to eat. I mean, the main problem they would have is Ferricitis is sort of the, it would be weird to call him like the sheriff, but I suppose he fills the role of a sheriff. Ferricitis is probably the most powerful creature here, except maybe for Malakar and the wizards. I don't know. I would probably put my money on Ferricitis over them.
What's he look like?
He looks like a gigantic, about 15 feet tall, gray skinned, 6 arms. He has a smaller being that lives inside his chest, who's much smarter than the bigger one. But so the bigger one's pure power, the little one's pure magical power.
Wow. Hmm. You got anything that will make me less tasty to these creatures? Minus the whole selling my soul. I don't really want to go to that level.
Well, if you didn't want to sell your soul, I mean, I could give you a wish if you sold your soul, and then you could wish to be untasty.
Yeah, no. You got a like extra horn or something lying around, or some
Well, I
kind of
mean,
like cloak or something.
I don't have anything that would nothing like a merely putting a cloak on might hide your nature from some things, and so that makes them less likely to eat you if you were completely covered head to toe. But then there are other things that wouldn't even, they don't have eyes. That's not how they sense.
Okay.
But yeah, if you absolutely have to go out, I would definitely throw a cloak over yourself so that at least people can't obviously see what you're made of. But again, some of the creatures here will be so fast relative to you that they could come up, pull the cloak down to see what you are, put the cloak back up, and be away before you even realize they were there. And that wouldn't even be illegal. That wouldn't get Pharasitus's attention at all. Or the other one, the other sheriff is Inyasalia. She's a melodemon. I don't know if you know what a melodemon is.
No. What is it?
I mean, she looks relatively attractive for a melodemon, but she's a pretty powerful demon. She mostly spends her time trying to coordinate shipments into and out of into the settlement. So she doesn't do quite as much legwork as Pharasitus does. But she's vicious. And she's actually not above selling justice. Pharasitus is more or less a stickler. If you break the law, he will try to either devour you or expel you from Malakar's Keep. She might, sell forgiveness.
Does she grant wishes too?
Not so far as I know. See, what she likes to do is this. If you have the misfortune of running across her, she likes to trick people into breaking the law. And then your only option is either you pay her her price, which often is she wants your soul, or she will throw you out of Malakar's Keep, in which case you will die in the void. And when you die in the void, I don't know what your tradition is religiously, but most souls in the void turn into raves of some sort or ghosts. It's almost impossible for you to make your soul to make its way back to your universe if you die in the void. So most people are willing to essentially give up their soul to continue their life for a little bit rather than spend an eternity in torment in the void. So it's a pretty good trick she's got going when she tricks you into breaking the law.
Okay. Well, if I come across anybody who wants to wishes granted, I'll send them your way.
Oh, I'd appreciate that. Your friend made me the same promise, so that would be great.
All right. I don't want to keep you from all your work. And who knows? We could be ready to go. So I'm not really sure about this time thing.
Well, right now you are really slow compared to most people who live around here. So my guess is you still have more time to wait. If you just, once you get the hang of it, though, you'll be able to pass this in the blink of an eye.
That'll be nice. All right, I go back and check with Zara, see how much time has passed, and then go take another nap.
So I figured that since I'm waiting here anyways, Zarius might attempt to see if he could just will himself to just go a little bit faster, just a tiny bit faster.
Where are you doing this?
Just like in the wherever Luce Rosie's resting, just like be sitting there concentrating.
So roll me a D100.
You spontaneously combust.
Maybe. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, you're not sure you notice anything, though.
Sure. I don't have a timepiece that I can set down, see if it slows down.
Right, but you can, you can sort of watch Lucerosi breathe and toss and turn. Is Lucerosi sleeping in his armor, by the way?
No. I said specifically as he was going to rest that he started taking his armor off.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard it.
He never sleeps in his armor.
Yeah, I know. I thought this might be the one time.
This is the one time that Zarius would allow it, would not grumble at it, I should say.
That's why I was thinking this might be the one time he does it.
Just to be entirely bass backwards.
All that just make Tony just burst.
So a day passes. Somewhere in the middle of the day, you realize that a tray of food more or less just appears in the room. It's also that sort of, it's nutritious enough, you would guess, but it's, generally alien and unappetizing. It's got weird sorts of consistencies to it. Most of it's a little too slimy. Some of it's a little too firm and dry. But it does appear in the room, and it is enough for sustenance. But the day otherwise passes, and Lucerosi, you can make your Constitution check with advantage.
Alrighty. Check or save?
Save. So that's more than enough. So you get your level of exhaustion back.
Nice.
And the seer comes back. Well, you are looking a heap better than you were yesterday.
I feel well. By the way, can I spend some hit dice to regain some hit points? Would that count as a long rest to do that?
I mean, I did make that medicine check. That's part of your short rest thing.
Well, the long rest, from what I can see, you can spend hit dice as if it were a short rest.
Right. Yeah, you can if you want.
Okay.
Half that back.
So that brings me 133, and then I'll spend one more. Yep, I'm at full now.
I guess I should actually try and spend some, because I had to go scroll back up and check how much damage we took whenever we got here.
Right.
I forgot about that. Because whenever we took our long rest, I just went full, and then you told us about the not healing fully. So I'm actually down a little bit.
And how many of the healing potions that you were brought did you use? Just the one?
I just use one.
So you still have 5 more of those.
I mean, we had the time here, so it's not like I was doing anything extra. So I guess I can use some hit die as well. When do we recover our hit die? Ever?
Yeah, I believe you recover hit die. I don't think I said anything different about that.
There's nothing in the rules about not recovering hit die.
I was just making sure that wasn't like an oversight.
Do you get
Nope.
what, 1 per rest? Is that how it works?
You get half of your hit die total per long rest.
Okay, cool.
But when you use them, you get half the normal amount of hit points back. So the seer would check in periodically, essentially just to see whenever you're ready to go. He'll take you to the bridge that leads to the towers.
Does no, I wouldn't use that. Never mind.
Well, I'm ready.
Yes, I am as ready as I will be.
All right, then. Follow me. It's not that long a walk, but you'll see it is it's a little unnerving to get from here to the towers. And he leads you through the village itself, through the settlement. It's not a big settlement. It probably couldn't hold much more than 1,000 people tops, you would guess. But eventually you get to the edge where you see there is just in front of you and almost all around you, just the blackness of the void. And a fairly narrow stone bridge arcs between this island of rock that the settlement is built on and a roughly equally sized island of rock on the far side of the bridge, on which you see there are 5 short towers that are sent around a very tall white marble tower in the middle of them. There's no sort of railing or anything to hold on to on this bridge. It's 5 feet wide. You're not exactly going to fall off it, but it is still sort of disconcerting to see the utter blackness around you. And it's hard to not imagine, hey, what happens if we fall off?
Right.
And that alone induces a small degree of dizziness. Although, as you look at it, you can't really imagine that you'll accidentally stumble across. You can also see, though, as the seer gets closer to it, there is more and more force being applied against him. Each step is a little more work for him to do. As the wards on the bridge become almost, you can physically see there's an increasing amount of a barrier of force that is pushing against him as he gets up to the edge. Well, this is about as far as I'm going to be able to go without tuckering myself out.
All right. Well, thank you, Seer, for all of your aid with this. We will do the best that we can to procure what we need here.
Yeah, when you come back, I'll be interested to hear what it looks like inside that tower. I've never been inside the Citadel myself. So you set off. The bridge turns out to be longer than at least it looked at first glance. You realize there's nothing to sort of set your expectations about how far across it is. There's very little to compare it to. But as you're walking across it, you realize it's probably at least a mile across. Above and below you, there's still just nothing but the pitch blackness of the void, and there's no wind or sound of any kind. It feels unnaturally silent and still as you walk towards this shorn off mountaintop that the Citadel's built on. There's absolute cold is just numbing your extremities as you go. And the further you go, the colder it seems to get. And with nothing but the blackness around you and the cold, you realize maybe there is a small chance that somebody might get disoriented and walk off the side. But eventually you make it up to a rock. It's an angled rock face in front of you that leads up in what looks like it's sort of a path to the door of this complex, of this citadel. But it's close to a 45-degree angle, so it's definitely not built to be inviting. But you clamber up to the door. There you see, although the citadel itself is made of a white marble, almost ice-like white, the door is actually decorated with the images of various different kinds of mythological creatures, dragons and chimera and unicorns and things of that nature. There's also a giant golden rings on each of the two double doors in front of you that look like they might be there to hold chains, or they might be enormous door knockers, but they probably weigh about 80 pounds each.
Okay. How big is the door?
The doors are each about 20 feet tall.
Okay. So are those giant door knockers within reach for our height?
Yeah, although they're above your heads, but they're definitely within reach.
Okay. Well, I suppose we should start by trying to knock. So Lucirosi will just kind of knock with his fist, see if that's good enough.
So you knock on the door. The doors are probably, you realize, pretty thick. You don't feel much movement in the doors as you hit them, but nothing happens.
Okay. All right, well, let's try one of these knockers then. So Lucirosi will first press the button on his rod of lordly might to create a ladder to make it give myself a little bit more leverage and kind of standing where I can to try and lift it better. So using one arm on the ladder and one arm on the knocker and kind of doing one of these basically like a one-arm row and then letting go. I don't know if I need a strength check or anything for that.
No.
Okay.
You lift up the knocker and it falls. You're expecting it to sort of make a normal sort of knocking noise against the door. But instead, the moment it hits, the doors begin to move. There's a cracking sound as the doors begin to open up, both of them equally. And
your ladder falls.
Yes, your ladder slides, but it's not as exactly as if you fall over. You're fine.
Okay.
You land on your feet and catch the ladder. Down the doorway, you see there's a long, wide corridor. It's illuminated with the glow of these luminous green crystal torches that are running along the wall. You see at the far end of the hall, about 100 feet away, charging in your direction, is a 10-foot tall naked man who appears to be made out of granite with veins of molten rock and sulfur that run through cracks in the granite of his torso. There are arcane symbols that are glowing blue on each of his limbs, flashing every time he takes another step. Boom, 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 one after another as he runs in your direction. As he gets up to you, he raises a fist into the air, standing in front of Lucirosi, and says, "Hi, my name is Duran. I'm a servant of Malachar Shadowdale. Magister Brightswan would like to see you."
You nearly gave us a heart attack there as Lucirosi is holding his flaming axe.
Oh, well, that was not my intent. I apologize for that. This is what he looks like.
So Lucirosi will stow his rod of lordly might.
This creature, which you realize he's some sort of golem, certainly, but he seems unusually sort of intelligent and lively for a golem. But he turns and begins running again, and then
Okay.
stops to make sure you're following him.
I'm not running.
And then he starts running again.
What a curious creature.
Yeah, so Lucirosi will follow behind.
So he leads you down this passage. It eventually opens up into a pentagonally shaped, probably it's a reception chamber of some sort. It is at the base of the tall tower, you're pretty sure, just from the distance you traveled and the direction. There are 5 smaller corridors that lead off of this, in addition to the hallway you just came down, one in each of the hallway itself is at the corner of the Pentagon, but there's a separate hallway leading out from each face of the Pentagon of the room. There's a marble stairway in the middle of the room that runs both upstairs and downstairs. And around the room, you see there are a series of chairs laid out in a crescent moon pattern that look like they're there possibly for receiving guests. There are about 24 chairs, though, in this semicircle around the stairway. If you could just wait here, Lavinia, I'm sure, will be here very shortly. And he runs as fast as he can across the room and steps into essentially a little alcove that appears to be precisely sized for him, and then just stands there motionless.
Clearly, he urgently had to get back to his spot. I'll just sit.
In a few minutes, you see there's a woman dressed in black comes up from one of the corridors, essentially right in front of you and off to one side. She is in very expensive black robes, and she seems to be walking at a pretty good pace. Perhaps everyone runs around here, but she's in these elegant and probably very expensive robes, running as fast as she can down the hallway. You can see there's flashes of silver embroidery in the robes itself. You also see she's got half of her face is covered with a black mask. It looks as if the mask itself has traces of silver or possibly mithril running through it. And as she gets close, you could see, although you could see the green eye peering through the mask, one half of her face seems to be perfectly normal. The part under the mask that she's concealing looks as if she's been at some point hideously burned. It doesn't look like that particular eye has a lid on it anymore, although the eye itself seems to be undamaged. The overall effect has to remind you a bit of Daggerface, although it is the other. Is
her name Flameface?
It's the other side of her face that she's got under the mask rather than the side that Daggerface had. But she comes
human
up
or
to
dwarven?
you. She appears to be human.
Okay.
So,
Now,
and you in particular, Zarius, would realize instantly, just from the sort of waxy creases of scar tissue that can be seen, that she was definitely at some point in a pretty severe fire or exposed to tremendous heat to cause this. So overall, she looks a little stern, but she still smiles at you reasonably warmly as she approaches.
So I'm curious, because now this is the second person who seems to be running. Do they actually seem to be running, or do they seem to have their time speeded up a little bit relative to us?
They look like they're running.
Okay.
And she wasn't running quite at full tilt the way the golem was. She was more hurrying, but you could see she is a bit like Zarius, a little bit hobbled and relying on her staff to keep propelling her forward. So she was hobbling along as fast as she could. And as she gets up to you, she says, "Thank you for coming. The seer said you would, but not all of his prophecies come to pass quite so quickly. I'm afraid you haven't found us at the best of times. her breath is pretty shallow, so she seems to be struggling for air. It doesn't necessarily seem as though it's just from her running. It may be partially from the injury she sustained. She may just be frail in constitution in general. I'm not exactly sure what drove you to come to the void, but I believe your coming here is a good omen for all of us. So you're very welcome here.
Well, that is certainly good to hear.
I assume the seer explained to you that my friend Malakar has gone missing of his own choice. Should be clear about that. But we really need to find him again, as it's been 3 years, and we're afraid he could be injured or dead.
Yes,
Well,
I
time is
understand that.
relative.
Yeah, is that 3 your years or our years?
Is
That
there
would be
limits?
Right, that would be 3 of our years, although you'll find those of us who stay within the tower keep on a very similar timescale to what you're used to.
So the seer had mentioned that there are certain challenges or things that need to be addressed in order to gain access.
Yes, Malakar, when he disappeared, so there's 2 levels to our library. The lower level contains mostly general information. All of the tomes about magic were stored in the upper library. Malakar had a bit of a falling out with the rest of us and felt as if we weren't as dedicated to the research we do here as he was. So he sealed himself in the upper library and set a series of puzzles and challenges between us and him, saying that if we're really worthy of finding him, we will brave our way through this maze of challenges. So far, I'll be honest, not really tried.
Well, it sounds like kind of a jerk move, to be honest.
I could see how you might see it that way. Malakar is a very proud man, and he takes great pride in the research we've done here. We've compiled a lot of it into a book that we call The Discoveries, and he believes it will revolutionize magic across many worlds once we eventually finish it and release it. I, however, have become concerned that with him holed away as he is, he's quite elderly, that we might never be able to complete it because he took it with him.
Well, if these trials are completed, do you know if it will open the way permanently, or will these trials reset?
I don't really know if they'll reset or not.
Hmm.
I know
And
it sounds like something Malakar would do to have the trials reset, but he certainly must have a way to turn them off. I mean, there are tests to see who's worthy of getting to his sanctum on the top floor. Presumably, he wants someone to beat the trials.
Why haven't you tried?
Well, first of all, it is possible that we have tried. The problem is when you get kicked out, you lose any memory of having been inside the upper tower.
Interesting.
We have no memory of having tried, would be more accurate to say.
I'm sorry if this is a personal question, but the mask that you wear, is that from some kind of attempt at the trial? Perhaps
Well,
you wouldn't even know.
I don't mean to dissuade you from trying to go through the trials, but I believe it is. I woke up injured in one of the lower halls, and I believe I may have attempted, along with a friend of mine, to go through the trials. I was very heavily burned, and I was saved by Belgrek the Bronze. He treated my wounds and was able to stop me from dying. Without his help, I certainly would have died.
The seer mentioned this Belgrade. Is he here in the tower as well?
He is. He has his own separate tower. Do any of you need healing? I could take you to meet him.
I'm all right.
I am still recovering from injuries, but I do not believe they're ones that can be addressed magically.
Well, Baelgrek is quite a healer in his own right. If you have injuries, you should at least see him. He may be able to do more than you think.
Perhaps we will.
Well, I can walk you to his work area while we talk. And she walks across the room down towards one of the other hallways.
There's
Follow
no
me.
need to rush.
She's not running at this point. You can see she is also, like Zarya, she is limping a little bit. And now that she's not trying to move fast, she's probably slower than most of you except for Nimrod.
Because he got tiny legs.
But you enter down this corridor extends out about 90 feet from the room, and you enter an elliptical room. At the far end, there is a tiny, by which I mean maybe 3 or 4 feet across, artificial sun that's just hanging in the air at the focal point of the far end focal point of the ellipse. It seems to be a sort of unnatural blue, and it's more intense than you would have expected if it was trying to mirror the sun from your world. But plants are growing in every corner of this room and every bare space on the floor. There's a few paths that lead through the mass of plants and around the room that you can see almost form concentric orbitals around these two focuses. Near the end where you are, there's a large table that's set up, and you can see there's a very large, by human standards, not by Zarya standards, he's close to 7 feet tall, bronze dragonborn mage. He's feeding these two feathered lizards, what look like bright red and green grasshoppers. But several of them are jumping away, and you hear, "Damn!" as he's trying to catch them all. Despite his appearance, it's sort of comical as he's trying to catch these much, much faster grasshoppers to feed them to these lizards. But the lizards begin getting very agitated and excited, jumping around, eating them before he can even snap them up. Through a narrow archway just beyond him, you can see there's what looks more like a bit like an operating room. There's beds and tables and shelves that are filled with bottles and potions. The beds are sort of a strange looking angular shape you might see in a hospice or a hospital. He looks up as you come in. "Hello, strangers. I was not expecting to have anyone visiting the tower. Is anyone injured? Are you here for help?"
Well, we were told of your capacities for healing, but we are also here on behalf of the seer.
The seer. Well, I will guess I won't hold that against you if you need treatment. The seer's not welcome here. Malakar has forbidden him from coming into this sanctuary, but I don't know that that extends to anyone the seer happens to know. Lavinia, why are they here? Have you brought them in? And Lavinia says, "Well, I'm hoping that they can find Malakar." And he just stares impassively at her.
The universal look of, "Bitch, you cray?"
He's like, "Well, if any of you need healing, come back into my workroom." And the two feathered lizards go running off, chasing the remaining grasshoppers.
I help Lush Rosie over there.
Yeah. So Lucia Rossi will say, "I was recently injured. My abdomen. I have a great deal of pain. Zarius has more specific information about the injuries I've suffered."
He died.
When you say he died, what do you mean?
He was killed and then partially dissolved.
Right, but was he just mostly dead?
I have revived him, but it could not entirely repair the damage.
I see. And where is this damage? He begins sort of looking you over, but you're presumably all armored at this point.
Yeah.
I just like poke him in the spot. You know,
And
Lucius goes,
Lucius
"Ah!"
winces.
Yeah. Here, primarily.
Internal damage.
Yes.
I'm going to have to ask you to disrobe so that I can inspect you more thoroughly.
Lucius hesitantly complies.
So you take off your armor. He will continue to insist unless you disrobe entirely.
I probably would start with my armor, but then when he says like at his insistence, I'll go full T-hole.
So then he asks you to like lay on the bed, and he does begin to do an examination, sort of poking around, feeling where you're most tender.
Mm-hmm.
So what killed him?
Some form of slime. What was that? What was that slime doing? It was doing acid damage to us still, right?
Well, it was
Right.
like a tentacle monster thing. It wasn't like an ooze.
I think it was some creature from the void.
Well, it had like a pseudopod, so.
Right.
Okay, so gooey tentacles?
Yes.
But yeah, it was doing acid damage.
It was doing acid
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah.
But it was a void infused. It was one of the cultists that turned into these things.
So yeah, I mean, I'll just convey some sort of, as he said, void infused acidic creatures.
I think I know the phenomenon you're speaking of. Whoever did that to those creatures wasn't very kind to them. That is a slow and painful way to die. Essentially, it just turns a humanoid body into a puddle of sentient acid that can be directed.
That sounds
That is
like
what
the things
happened.
that we encountered.
And it seems as if it was inside your body cavity feeding on some of your organs. Well, there's good news for you. He turns and goes over to one of the shelves. I believe I have medicines that can speed up the healing process. I don't have anything that can instantly relieve your pain, but if you can, at some point, take a few days, I believe you can be fit again. And he begins mixing something on a work table nearby.
I'm watching.
And he comes back with 2 potions, one of which is sort of a piss yellow, although you might also call it like a tea yellow, like an herbal tea yellow. The other one, however, is very purple. He's like, so here's 2 potions. Try to even out the portions as much as you can. One is probably twice as much in volume as the yellow potion.
Okay.
But take essentially 1 dose a night for 5 nights. If you want, I can score the glass so that you can sort of see. And he takes out a blade and begins cutting lines as nearly as he can to portion things out into fifths.
Yes, that would be helpful.
I believe that once you've done the whole regimen, assuming you've gotten rest at the same time, you can't run off and be in combat while you're healing.
So, what is it? Bartok? What is it?
Baelgrok.
Belgrok. Belgrok, since we are about to undertake these trials that what is the
Malachar.
Malachar. That Malachar has laid out. Perhaps you can hold them for me and I can collect them on our way out. I do not want to risk the bottles being destroyed in the process of undertaking these trials.
That's fair enough. I can keep them here. And he goes back over and puts them on the corner of a shelf. If you can't find me, this is them. Just remember what they look like. No, I'm going to keep them here. I'm not going to move them.
It is greatly appreciated. Do you require any sort of payment?
Oh, that hadn't occurred to me. No, I don't think there's anything I need at the moment. Although I think it's foolish of you to try to test Malachar's traps, his puzzles.
We have been called many things. Foolish is certainly one of them. But unfortunately, because of what is going on in our world, we need to address these trials.
I can't see why that is. Look, if Malachar wanted... Go ahead.
I said, what exactly transpired between the Seer and Malachar?
Well, I wasn't here at the time. Malachar only selected me after this, but as it's been explained to me, the Seer believes that Malachar is some sort of governor of the settlement below us. That is not the case. The people form the settlement on their own, and while we get some benefits from the settlement, it's very little. We have few needs that they can address. Malachar never sanctioned the building of the settlement, never sought to be the mayor of the settlement. He provides them with protection, but they simply want more and more and more. As if magical energy is free, and therefore Malachar can devote all of his time and energy to just protecting the settlement.
I see. So
Malachar did what he needed to do for them. He gave them laws, he gave them protectors, he gave them a magical shield, an infinite supply of breathable air. Those are not things that you come by lightly in the void.
it sounds very generous to me.
And if there were ever
Almost
any
too generous.
major breach of the force field that protects us all, then we would all marshal at that point, rally to defend at least the tower, but probably the settlement as well. It's never really come to it because Malachar's protections have been so good. And still they complain.
This sounds very familiar, similar to a certain emperor I know as I look at T-Hole. Do you think this Malachar will be upset if we find him? He seems like he doesn't want to be found. Is he going to be pissed?
Malachar is a fair man, but yes, he's going to be pissed. Like I said, if he set up these tests so that maybe someday we might breach them and show our worth. But I expect he's going to come down on his own when he's good and ready to. Yes, it's been 3 years, but 3 years in the void doesn't mean anything. For all we know, it's only been a second from his point of view.
Well, if we were to find Malachar, I feel like that is somewhat secondary. The more important task, from my understanding at least, is to succeed on these trials to open a way to the upper library so that we might be able to use the resources contained within and the knowledge.
That might piss Malachar off even more. If you were here, he might not want guests to chat with or have to entertain you, but he's definitely not going to want any of you fucking with his library.
But he set these trials up for identifying those worthy to enter his library. At least that's my understanding. Why else not just lock it?
The note certainly said those who are worthy will be able to brave their way through the trials, but I don't know that he meant a group of randos from some universe off to the side of the ass crack of the void. I think he meant for us, his apprentices, his fellow companions and colleagues, to brave our way through these trials.
Sounds like pride.
Sounds like outsourcing.
Sounds like you got it right. Ass crack of the void. That's a good name for it.
What world are you from, anyway?
We were advised
Just
not
a-
to say.
Just a prime world similar to the Seer.
Kind of
What do
a
you
dump.
mean? What do you mean you were advised not to say?
We
Kind
have
of a dump.
we have concerns about our world, and if it is just all the same, we'd rather just not divulge too much information of our origins.
We're real big book nerds, as you can tell.
So am I to understand that we are going to let people have access to the upper library? He's now addressing this at Bright Swan, who won't even tell us where they're from. What do we know about these people?
Well, you said it. Ass crack of the void. I mean, I think that's what we call it.
If you are scared that we will succeed where you have failed,
Well, as far as I know, I have never tried, and I'm pretty sure I haven't because I have no desire to bother Malakar. I am sure he's working on some research that he finds vital. That's probably why he retreated upstairs in the first place.
Neither do I, but I've been outvoted. So I feel you.
It seems that there are others of your companions who fear that Malakar may actually be injured or in need of assistance.
Just type out a message real fast.
Is the library big? He could have gotten lost. Now, we heard he was old. He could have fallen. And he can't get up.
A wizard of Malakar's power is very unlikely to be disabled by books.
You said yourself that he is engaging in experimentation. Perhaps an unknown effect or a surprise interaction was more than he could handle, and he may in fact be in need of assistance.
Anything is possible. However, I can't imagine that a wizard of his ability hasn't set up some way of saving himself, of getting out of there if he needed it.
Being like life alert or
it is
something?
possible he died instantaneously in some sort of accident, but we have no evidence of that. If he had, the force field that protects Malakar's keep would have at least weakened slowly over time. There's no evidence of that. So he is probably fine.
But
Probably,
you can't
but
say
you're
for
not
certain.
sure. We'll just go and
Yes.
check on him, and then we'll come back and let you know he's good.
I am not prepared to stop you from braving the trials if you wish, but I do not endorse this plan. And he looks very sternly at Lavinia. In fact, everyone roll me an insight check.
Yay, I don't have to do this at disadvantage.
T-Hole's got it. Come on.
Jesus.
inside.
well, shit. What the fuck? Actually, what I'd also like to do here right quick is since you know the seer said that if you're here long enough you like occasionally have some form of thing happen to you or whatever.
Mhm.
So I would like to just activate my eyes of the grave for a moment just to see if he and or the lady have gone off on the undead side of things?
Yeah, you don't detect anything odd about them.
All right. Holy shit, I see, dude. That one.
So when are you going to go off on this little mission of yours?
Does this guy have any sort of iconography on him?
He is wearing more or less plain black wizard robes. So you don't see, he doesn't have like, Lavinia at least has some silver mithril embroidery on her robes. He doesn't have anything that's quite that decorative. It looks much more utilitarian.
Okay.
I imagine we'll be departing and as soon as we're out of as soon as we're finished with this conversation.
Sure. I thought we were going to stay here a couple days.
Why would we need
Lavinia,
to stay for a couple of days?
Lavinia says, well, there's the tower itself, the doorway to the upper tower will only open at essentially the start of the morning, at least as that is measured by standard Malachar time. So you will have to be here at least overnight, one night. We can provide you with rooms.
SMT. Oh, I hate it.
Is there?
Void light savings time?
Malachar set everything to Shadowdale time, at least what he believes to be Shadowdale time. How well synced it may be is unknown. So that we do have, in the Void, there is not much in the way of standard measurements of time, but this is essentially a system so that people who are existing in different time frames can still try to coordinate.
Is there have I heard of has T-Hole heard of Shadowdale?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you're free to ask about what she means, but it's not from a place that you would have ever been to.
I'm not familiar with Shadowdale. Is this a universe?
No, Shadowdale is a town in the universe that Malachar originally hails from. A universe that's frequently referred to as Faerun.
Oh, I see.
You can see she's studying T-Hole's face, looking for some sort of reaction, trying to figure out if he has actually heard of Faerun or not.
I'm just going to assume I haven't.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but none of you would have heard of Faerun.
No, I'm not familiar. Our realm is not. Our realm is. This is not congruous with our realm.
Well, we shouldn't take up more of Belgrak's time. Obviously, he has his own matters he, I'm sure, wants to get back to. And it's pretty clear she was cutting you off as you were saying that. She's like, we'll show you to some rooms. We will be having dinner tonight. I imagine all of the wizards here would like to at least meet you before you try to brave the trials that lie ahead.
We get to meet all the wizards?
Yes, there's at least 2 more of us that you haven't met yet.
I thought that
Weren't
there
there
were
5?
5.
There used to be 5. Unfortunately, one of our number vanished.
On purpose?
We don't know exactly what happened to him. It is possible he also went off to face the trials. It's equally possible he simply didn't see the point of remaining here with Malachar gone and left.
Is that within his temperament?
It would have been. You have to understand, we've been here now for 3 years without access to a magical library. So while we have access to the mundane library, that doesn't further our research very much. And so I will admit it is incredibly frustrating as a wizard to not be able to look even basic things up.
I feel you, sister. I feel you.
Well,
Will there be what will it say to Malachar if we happen to succeed where his apprentices have failed?
So at this point, she's walking you back down that hallway as you're talking. And she says, well, I honestly know Malachar better than any of them, especially better than Balgrick, who is a wonderful individual, but the least gifted of any of the wizards here. He will probably be very delighted to meet anyone who can make their way through his maze, who can defeat all of his traps. Balgrick is simply wrong to believe that he will be surly or upset with anyone who makes it by. He is correct that Malachar may not want non-wizards who may not be able to handle the power of the magic available in the upper library to be perusing those books, as some of them can be dangerous. But he almost certainly will be happy to have someone make their way through the puzzles and traps he laid out.
We can handle that kind of stuff. We had a book that almost tried to kill us, so we can handle it, I'm sure.
And as for you believe she's telling the truth on that as she understands it.
Okay.
But as for me not knowing what world you come from, I admit that troubles me a little bit, that you have a secret that you wish to hide, because I can't imagine what that secret would be. But finding Malachar is my primary concern.
I'd
like to
tell
give
you,
you
but
a
I got
look-
outvoted.
You tell me what?
I'd tell you where we're from, but I got outvoted. I'm sorry.
I see.
Do I get the sense that she is trustworthy so far?
Roll me an insight check.
Sure. Roll better.
we've known you 5 minutes, but you seem like a stand-up chick.
I'm not gonna
You know what?
name anything specifically, but
That's 5 minutes more than some of our characters.
So yeah, I mean,
Nimrod didn't last. He didn't get any immediate disliking. There was no rolls.
right. So you get the sense that there's something going on between her and Balgrick, some sort of disagreement between the two of them. You don't get the sense that either of them were lying per se. They disagree probably on how thrilled Malachar is going to be if you all just turn up.
Right. So
That said, you haven't been here long enough. Like, does she have other motives? Does she, what are her hopes and dreams for the future? You're not sure.
yeah.
Yeah, but time's subjective. We may be able to find that out just over dinner.
Right.
I will only say that apparently some people from our realm can stir up trouble. That is not our desire.
Well, fair enough. I don't necessarily believe there's any trouble you could stir up here, which is why I'm willing to not press the matter, whatever embarrassment there may be about the homeworld you come from.
It's in the name. Ask Crack of the Void.
Well, the void is essentially infinite in all directions. Balgrick speaks in a colorful way, but all universes ultimately are just just specks within the vastness of the void.
So not the ass cracks, the dingleberries around the ass crack.
Welcome to the void,
The
where every
infinite-
universe is a dingleberry.
Not only that, infinite dingleberries.
Yep. That's the name of this episode, right? Whenever you
Yeah.
upload it, the universe is a dingleberry.
Yeah, no, I probably will go with infinite dingleberries.
Yeah. Into the void of infinite dingleberries.
So do you have a?
It would be a greater infinity than others.
Do you have a specialty as far as magic goes?
I consider myself to be more or less a generalist. Some of the mages here do have specialties. Belgrek does specialize in healing magic and herbalism, in magics that relate to life in general. There's another wizard here named Rimmer who is focused more or less on, I suppose you would say, transmutation. There's another, and the last
Stephanie,
wizard here is Meriden. Meriden is mostly focused on uncovering the secrets of the void itself.
Oh, okay. So when are we eating, or are we, or have we already eaten? I just didn't know it.
Actually, the dinner time will be coming up very shortly. If you can wait in the reception area, I will check to see if we have rooms that are made up. We don't normally have guests. It's been a very long time. I only assume that they are ready for you to occupy. But I will come and fetch you when dinner is ready, or when
Alright.
your rooms are ready, whichever happens first.
Well, thank you.
And as you get back to the central room with the chairs, you realize that Duran, the stone golem, seems to be gone. Where he is, you don't know, but he's wandered off.
See one of the chairs.
And she
Nope,
goes off.
this,
She goes down the stairwell in the center of the room and disappears.
This Malakar guy, I'm kind of looking forward to meeting him. He sounds like him and I would get along.
The fact that you say that makes me very leery of meeting him. But
Well,
They just meet a man with a bigger ego than T-Hole.
He seems to be pretty powerful. Maybe he's a T-hole from another realm.
could be.
Just fashioned himself a new name.
yes, but then aren't you worried that he might try to incorporate you?
I'd imagine there's a mutual respect for amongst all T-holes.
But we heard that Malakar specifically tries to bond or some process with the other versions of himself.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So probably best that Malakar is not another T-hole. Not only can I just not handle that, but it seems like it would be a potentially dangerous situation for yourself.
Yeah. Well. This power seems beyond me. At least now. Maybe it always has been.
So into the room comes a dwarven woman. Her face is a little bit dirty. She comes up the stairs and says, "Hi, my name's Magda. I have been told you will be staying with us. Do you wish to see your rooms? Dinner will be served in a few minutes. I've been cooking.
I personally, I think it would be fine to see our rooms after if dinner is only going to be a few moments.
Very well. I will return to the kitchen then. You will hear a gong, or you can follow me, I suppose. I can take you to the dining hall.
Wonderful. Lead the way.
So she goes back down the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, the floors are most of this room on the interior of the citadel appears to be made of a sort of green marble. But as you get to the bottom, you see the walls are of a green marble. The floor is of a different sort of stone. It's like a gray granite-like stone. It's been polished and flattened, but you imagine that it might actually be the base of the mountain on which this tower is built. But she leads you across through a set of double doors into a large dining hall. There's a hexagonal table, a very elongated hexagonal table that has 6 chairs around it. But you see floating into the room come additional chairs that seem to be under the control of this dwarven woman, who is just sort of concentrating on making the chairs move around the perimeter. Feel free to sit in the guest chairs. Dinner should be ready within 5 minutes.
Lucirosi will take a seat.
Yep.
So you hear there's a gong that echoes throughout the corridors about 5 minutes later. And into the room comes 2 more wizardly types. One is a dwarf. The other is, you can't necessarily identify his race immediately, but you've actually seen his species before. He is very pale skinned, almost white. His skin almost looks like it has a bit of a pall of death over it. It's so pale, with a slight yellowish tinge, and his hair is jet black. He looks very much like the assassins that were searching for Salasri.
Mm-hmm. So that makes Lucirosi bristle a little bit.
And Lavinia and Belgrek also come in.
Did
All
we
of them
learn
take
that they were
positions.
Shadar Kai?
Sorry, what was that?
Did we learn that they were Shadar Kai?
You never learned what the name of their species was.
Okay.
But everybody, they all take positions around the edges. There is clearly what is the fanciest chair in the room at the head of the table probably was Malakar's. None of them sit in that one. Lavinia and the male dwarven wizard sit closest to it. The dwarven woman doesn't actually take a seat. She is more there to bring in and serve the food. But it appears to be traditional, like human style food at this point. So it's none of the alien sorts of things you were getting down in the settlement below. This, from what you can tell, you actually probably can't identify the animal, but it does appear to be meat of some probably mammal.
Well, that is a bit of a relief.
The dwarf is the only one who comes in with what you imagine is a familiar. He has a rabbit with a single, almost unicorn-like horn coming out of the middle of its forehead that is sitting on his shoulder.
Vorpal rabbit.
Nice.
Jackalope.
Does somebody have the holy hand grenade? Just in case.
So they all come in and sit down and begin to have dinner. Belgrak and the Shadar Kai are both say essentially nothing, but the dwarf says, "So you're the guys who are gonna make your way through and solve all the puzzles and find Malakar for us, are you?"
That is our hope.
I really don't want to put you off on this, but you realize you're risking your life.
It's
That's what I
not the
try to
first
keep
time.
saying them.
We don't know what those puzzles and traps are. And I would say Malakar's not above putting, he referred to them in his note to us as mortal tests. So there's at least a chance that you'll go in and not come out again.
Unfortunately, because of our needs, we are unable to back down from this. It is important for us to complete these trials.
It sounds
But
like
that's
this.
that's what I don't get. Why? What is in this for you?
There are issues where we come from that cannot be addressed unless we receive the help we need from the seer. And so we are working with him, and he requires some spell in order to address some issue that he has, which I do not wish to speak of since it is not my business to spread.
All right, fair enough. I shouldn't really. I'd be thrilled if you could make your way through that place and finally bring that vainglorious asshole to his knees, bring him down here and make him give us back our discoveries. So I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, I suppose.
Your discoveries.
The discoveries, yes.
Oh, because he took all the stuff you were working on and it's hidden up there in the library now?
Not exactly. I am shorthanding things. I forget that you are so completely new to our abode that you don't know all of the background, and it seems as if our friendly Lavinia has not filled you in. We are magical researchers. We have separated ourselves from our respective universes at the invitation of Malakar so that we could conduct our magical research in a place where essentially we have forever to conduct it. He also had quite an impressive magical library that was incredibly valuable to us in pursuing our researches. We have discovered spells that could not have been constructed in any individual universe, and we have collected them into a tome that we refer to as the Discoveries. The original plan, the pitch that got me here, was we would pool our resources, we would help one another, we would develop magics that the likes of which no living being has ever seen, and then we would eventually return each with a copy of the discoveries to our respective universes in triumph. Instead, did all of this work. Malakar contributed very little to it because he's 1 inch away from being senile. And he then took all of the work we did and disappeared behind a series of cleverly devised traps that we, if we have braved them, haven't been able to bypass, apparently, because some ward in there makes us forget about it every time we come out.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
As you're eating, Aurelia, at your feet, you see there is some sort of marten, essentially like a mink with red fur, that is crawling up the side of your chair.
Okay.
And as it gets to the top of your chair, it looks at you and then it looks at your plate. And then it reaches while eyeing you, reaches its head over and takes a little bit of food off your plate.
That's fine.
In that case, it jumps up onto the table and begins eating food off of your plate.
Yeah, I don't care.
And Lavinia exclaims, "Rusty!" And Frimmer says, "Yeah, don't mind him. Dagda, can you get Rusty some food so that he's not eating from our guest plates?" And Lavinia physically gets up and walks over and picks the marten up and puts it on the ground and shoos it away. But you can see it's just circling. It's just trying to get around her now to get back to that plate.
Lucia Rossi then kind of looking at the elf similar to the assassins looking for Solosri, he says, "My apologies. We are breaking bread with you, but I don't think we've all properly introduced ourselves. I am
Oh
Lucirosi."
no.
He looks back at you, and you can see he's thinking about it. Well, I am Meriden.
Meriden. Nice to meet you.
He does not
I'm
respond to that.
curious. I've heard that you work specifically on research involving the void.
I do. It is a potentially infinite amount of energy. Negative energy, though it is. It can be applied in the same way as positive energy if you're clever enough to design around its unique characteristics.
Interesting. I'm curious. It is quite rare for us to come across one of your kind, though we have come across them before. Of course, I know that I've learned that there are many different universes with many different worlds. But still, I am curious. Do you know of any artifact or weapon you've come across in your research called Solosri or Sigurd's, what was it? Sigurd's Fall?
Solace.
Solace?
Not that I recall. I have read so many tomes about so many artifacts that it is hard to remember them all, but those names aren't familiar to me. Why are you seeking it? I don't believe there's any such object in this tower.
No, I don't believe there is. And then Lucirosi kind of looks over at Zarius.
Zarius was eating and not even paying attention to everybody's talking. A bunch of wizard shit. He's got nothing to say here.
All right, Lucirosi sighs. Anyways, we had as I said before, we've come across others similar to you who were trying to seek it. I was just wondering if perhaps you might be aware of this weapon.
Is it a weapon, or is it simply an object of magical power that can be used in a destructive way?
It is in the form of a weapon, though its full abilities I'm not completely aware of. I do know that it has a kind of intelligence and that it is important for the god that I worship.
Well, I'm unaware of such a device, and if it's important to your god, then I am sure it is not something that I would have ever come across in my research. What world are you from? What god do you worship?
Ooh, do they swear is dessert coming soon? Because I am hungry.
We have certain concerns about revealing too much information of the world where we come from. So I don't mean to be impolite, but I think that it is best not to say too much, unfortunately.
And Balgrak chimes in to say, yeah, these are the people we're allowing into our personal holy of holies. The people who won't even tell us what universe they're from.
As I mentioned to her, motioning towards the masked woman. I forget her name. So
Lavinia.
Lavinia Brightswan.
Yeah, that one. It seems that some people from where we come from can occasionally cause trouble around here. We do not wish to be associated with them.
Additionally, I think it is fair to say that while we are undertaking these trials, we have no ambitions to taking anything within the library. Certainly, we are not thieves. While we are doing this, we are not claiming to, do anything other than grant you yourselves access.
Is Nimrod at the table?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, I look at him as Lucia Roasty says something about thieves. Make sure that he doesn't say anything.
He knows you don't announce that you're a thief.
Nimrod's not a thief. He's in acquisitions.
He is a wealth redistributor.
Oh boy. Oh.
There are their names.
Oh, excellent.
So has Lavinia explained anything about the dangers you'll face and how we don't know anything about them?
We've heard that the memory is cleansed if you do not complete the trials. We know that there are very great dangers and that we risk our lives in undertaking these trials.
And has she told you that those trials probably killed Valkas, the fifth of our number?
We are...
Did none of you possess the ability to Farsi scry upon her?
Valkas was a man, but
Them.
we cannot locate him using any of the divination magic we have, which is considerable. Well, considerable for most of us, not so much for Balgrek.
It does not... while it is a concern that one of your number died undertaking the trials, unfortunately that doesn't impact our decision whether or not we are going to undertake them. We have faced dangers before. We are not strangers to risking our lives, and greater. And he looks at T-Hole when he says that.
Or dying.
Well, I don't necessarily want to. I get that you have some secret reason for wanting to go on this mission, so more power to you. It's just important that you understand that there's a lot of risk involved.
We understand. And like I said, while our reasons are our own, we do want to assure you that we have no designs on taking anything from the library that is not ours. Not to say that there is anything that we would see in there as ours. My apologies, that is a figure of speech.
Meriden, the Shadowkai wizard, he's barely touched his food, but at that point he gets up and leaves and just doesn't say anything. And the dwarf, whose name is Frimmer, says, yeah, that's normal for him. Don't let that faze you. He is an asshole.
Did I say something to offend him?
Oh, no, probably not. He probably just was done with having dinner. Everything he does, he seems to do in a huff, and you will discover if you ever have the misfortune of getting to know him that he doesn't even intend it that way. It's just how he is.
How came you?
There's one in every group.
How did you come to this place?
Well, I was one of the, I would say, more significant wizards in the world I was from. And so, having the renown that I had, I was sought out by Malachar. He was looking for the best to come here and help collaborate with him on producing the discoveries.
Were all of you not selected by Malachar personally?
No, everyone here was selected by Malachar. Balgrek is our most recent addition. Valkas was the one before him. Lavinia has been here the longest. I was chosen second. Then Meriden, then Valkas, then our dragonborn friend. And don't get me wrong, we love having you here, Balgrek. You've greatly enhanced the spice collection that our dwarf friend has to make dinner with.
Make an insight check to make sure that that's like, did I just hear him like low-key insult him?
Yes, you did.
You don't have to roll an insight. That's
Well,
what just happened.
You know, I know that. And I feel like Lucirosi would probably know that. But, you know, maybe he was being sincere. Maybe they just really needed spice. I mean, the seer said that supplies are pretty rare here. So that might actually be a compliment. I don't know.
You can tell from the bristling of Belgrak that that was not welcome. And Lavinia also kind of insulted him earlier, although you were in the hallway at the time, so he wasn't there to hear it. It's also the second time he's insulted him because he also bristled a bit when he said, "We all have very powerful divination magic, well, except for Belgreg."
Sure. Everybody insults the healer.
Right. My understanding is that Belgrek, healing is a commodity that is not easily found here. So the fact that you are capable of producing such effects, I mean, that's got to take significant skill.
You see Balgrak is still sort of glaring over at Rimmer, but he turns to you and says, "It does. It takes a lot of skill, and it is not always appreciated." To which Rimmer chimes in and says, "Well, it's not appreciated because, frankly, healing isn't really, it may be quite a commodity in the settlement and in the void in general, but here in this tower, we're generally okay. What really matters here is how much have you contributed to the discoveries? And I think it's pretty clear that there'd be some discussion about who has contributed the most, but very little discussion about who has contributed the least."
Well, forgive me for saying I'm a stranger here, but it is not always about quantity, but significance. Additionally,
absolutely. That is certainly true.
Additionally, I'm sorry, but if you were to undertake the trials, you would not remember. But had you undertaken the trials and survived, perhaps that it was by Belgrak's hand that you managed to do so.
Possibly, but it didn't lead to any success. I mean, if I undertook the trials and have simply forgotten, which is possible, I still probably would have remembered being healed. Certainly, Lavinia was screaming like a baby when she awoke after her trial. So far as I know, I haven't woken up with any bruises, cuts, or injuries of any kind, so I imagine I haven't tried yet.
Have you only gone in one or two at a time?
So far as we know, yes.
As far as you know.
Well, if we all went in, then
you would not know that you would leave. What indicates that you lose your memory when you leave?
The fact that we remember people going in. It's just that the people who come out can't tell you anything about what happened inside. Unfortunately, subjective time also makes it very difficult to figure out how long we spent in there. Because when you lose your memory, you can't remember if your subjective time frame changed while you were in there. Someone as skilled as Malakar, I would admit, probably can force you to your subjective time frame to change, even against your will. So whether the people who went in there were in there for a week or a second, very difficult to ascertain.
Did no one keep a journal?
If no journal has survived coming out again, it has been tried, but the information always comes out blank.
Interesting.
Which again may just be that they were only in there for a second before being kicked out again. In which case, I'm sure we'll have this conversation tomorrow as well.
Elgrak, I wish to consult with you and your healing capabilities before we go in.
Fine. I've had my fill of this dinner. You can come to my tower whenever you're ready. And he leaves. And at that point, actually, Zarius, you definitely would have seen this, but the rest of you realize that the Pine Marten is on the table again and is now eating from what was left of Meriden plate. And as you notice it, it looks up and looks around and runs with a piece of fruit in its mouth.
Nice.
And Balgak says, yeah, Rusty is a little bit of a pet, kind of a tower mascot, I suppose. He was actually delivered here as food from one of the caravans, but it was alive and too cute to eat, so he just runs around doing his own thing. I mostly take care of him, but everybody lends a hand every now and then.
Balgrek is saying this?
No, this is Rimmer, the dwarf. Balgrek left.
Yeah, okay. Well,
So
I
Frimmer
guess he,
finishes his
certainly
dinner as well.
Certainly keeps you guys entertained.
Well, especially in the past 3 years, the research really has hit a wall without access to the library. It's much more difficult to make progress when you can't look things up. So we all have, except for Belgrak, our new discoveries to add to the book if we ever see the book again. But Malakar, like I said, he's probably gone full senile by now.
Do you mind if I ask what manner of discoveries have been made since the library was made inaccessible?
Well, let's see, what tales can I regale you? And at that point, Lavinia stands up and says, Rimmer. And she turns to the rest of you. She has a hand out that she's like pointing towards Rimmer to try to silence him. And she turns to you and says, just as you have your secrets, the contents of the discovery have always been rather closely guarded by us. Suffice to say, it is a book of spells of unusual power. Spells that have, so far as we know, never been contemplated or created before. Surely some of them in some stray universe somewhere have been made, but we believe the bulk of them to be original.
That's fair, and I do not want to press the matter if it is something you do not wish to discuss, but certainly providing a synopsis is not going to endanger any of the secrets that you have uncovered.
Well, certainly telling us what universe you're from wouldn't change anything either. But
presumably one has to be
that's
inclined towards the arcane.
Right. We have always been cautious in sharing even the descriptions of those spells.
I can respect that. especially
one.
since you have respected our wishes for discretion.
And at that point, Rimmer says, well, Lavinia, I will leave you and your guests. I'm going to retire for the evening. And he takes the rabbit off his shoulder, the unicorn rabbit, and puts it down. And it begins to follow him out of the room. And you see Rusty, the Martin, hops back up on the table and is now going after a second plate.
Right.
Lavinia looks at you all and says, I imagined it would be a friendlier conversation given that we haven't had guests in so long, but I apologize for the rather tense dinner.
It sounds like there is quite a bit of discord at the moment.
We've always had interpersonal issues between all of us. No two of us have exactly the same ultimate goals. For example, I have no desire to return to the universe I came from, although that seems to be Frimmer's main objective. He wouldn't tell you this, but although he probably was a wizard of some renown, he also was not very well respected in his home universe. He wishes to return there with discoveries because it will prove to his detractors what a great wizard he truly is. And I have to admit, some of his work has been insightful, even brilliant. But he has a chip on his shoulder and resents Malachar.
I am.
The library's doorway to the upper library should be open in about 9 hours. You may wish to get some rest.
Of course.
I'm curious. I know that there is a library that's a lower library that doesn't contain the arcane tomes that the upper library does, but what sort of information is contained within the lower library?
Mostly it is non-magical information. There are histories of different universes, books on botany and biology, physical sciences, mathematics. Is there a particular topic you're interested in?
Given how many universes there seem to be, I'm not sure how to even begin to research the things that have interest to me.
Yes, it could be a challenge, sir. We have more than 10,000 volumes in the lower library.
Well,
Well, you will definitely see it, as to get to the upper library, you must pass through the lower library.
yes. Are there any books in regards to this subjective time?
There probably are books in there. I've never had to research that topic myself.
I was just curious. We're still trying to figure out our way of managing this new state of being.
It becomes second nature over time. I doubt there would be a book that would essentially prime you on how to control your perceptions, but there would be books on different rates of time, different time frames, how elemental time works and how it works differently in the void as well, I assume. I've never really looked into the topic myself. Temporal research isn't really my field.
Very well. Well, I have finished with my meal. Thank you very much for your hospitality with this.
Dagda, and the dwarven woman comes back in again. If you could show them to their rooms. And Dagda nods and asks you to follow her.
All right.
So your rooms are all on the same floor as the dining hall. They're not spacious, but it's separate rooms for each person. They're all about 15 by 20. It's mostly simple furnishings in there, but it's again utilitarian. And Dagda says, "If you need anything, my room is the last one on the hall."
Thank you.
Thanks, Dagna.
Have a
Dagna,
good night.
Before you leave, how long have you served Malakar?
Oh, I served Malakar since before he came to the Void. We were together, and I was in his service. So I don't know how to say how long it has been.
What are your thoughts in regards to his absence?
I don't know exactly why he decided one day to disappear. All I know is that there was a lot of fighting amongst all the various people, worse than what I heard going on in the room now. And some people wanted to make their research public. Hold on. And he did not. And he thinks there is more work to do. And Belgrek sides with him because Belgrek always does. Lavinia and Meriden were on the fence, but Hrimmer very much wanted to go public with all of the discoveries that they have made. I know that he was not feeling very well. This place weighs on you over time, even with the magic in place to shield you, it weighs on your soul. And it was weighing on him very heavily before the end, before he disappeared.
Do you think he intended to stay away for this long?
I don't know. He might have. But
Do you mind?
does seem like a long time since he's been gone.
Do you mind if I ask, how did you come into Malakar's service? Seems that you've been with him for quite some time. Clearly, he must trust you.
I like to think that he trusts me. I wouldn't say we are friends. My family has served his family for many centuries, and I was born into his service. I'm not a slave. He doesn't own me, but he treats me well. His family has always treated my family well. Although I am now afraid that maybe he will never go back to our home, and I will be stuck here in this darkness forever. And you can see she's a little emotional at that. There is a tear in her eye as she thinks about being stuck in the void forever.
It's got to be very difficult for you.
I have been told by others in the settlement that if you die here, you don't go to your gods, that you just die and you become an angry spirit that just roams forever until something destroys you. I need Malakar to come back so I can go home at some point.
Well, what can you tell us about Malakar? Perhaps in your time with him, you might have some insight into the way that he thinks, or maybe something that might help us as we move forward.
I don't know what I can tell you about him. He is entirely focused on his magical research. It is the only thing that is important to him. But what he hopes to gain, I don't know. Surely by now he has enough to win fame if he wants fame. He always wants for the next discovery, for the next bit of magic?
Um, well, I greatly appreciate all of your help and the meal that you provided us.
Good night then.
Good night.
She goes into her room, which you can see her room's actually only about 10 by 10. They haven't even given her one of the bigger rooms.
Of course.
So Zarius has gone off to.
She's a dwarf, so she's.
Sorry, what were we saying?
Sorry, go on. She's a dwarf, so she's a little shorter.
Yeah, she doesn't need that
So
much.
furniture is smaller.
Yep.
So Zarius has gone off to meet Balgrek. So you make your way back while they're still at the dinner.
Right. Yeah.
You can see he's in that little workshop / patient treatment room. I'm sorry, what was your name?
I'm Zarius. Hashphenixidin.
Hashphenixidin. That is a long last name. So, what can I help you with? Did you need some healing?
I would prefer to know how to do it myself. Where I come from, it has become my role amongst the party to keep them alive.
Are you a wizard?
No.
Well, what I've learned as a wizard. So in this place in the void, there's not as much direct access to what you might call divine magic. Very limited access at all to the gods of any particular universe. So you have to learn to improvise. I'm not sure that I can teach you my form of magic that quickly, unless you would like to apprentice as a wizard.
I don't even know if I have the prerequisites for that.
Let me check my resume.
Oh,
Intelligence
says your
12.
intelligence isn't high enough.
Yeah. It's only a 12. It would have to be a 13. By the
You
official
didn't use
ruling,
your ASI to.
not to go into. Nope, I got myself a wisdom bump and a con bump for that extra life. I'm like, oh, you know what? This is a great time to get some more life because if I can't fucking heal. I will mention then that it's unusual for. I've not seen an arcane method for healing before.
Well, I think maybe, to be honest, that might be why I was chosen. I am probably arguably one of the greatest wizards of my people, but in the world where I'm from, Dragonborn are the only sentient race. At least the only sentient race that isn't insane or monstrous in some way. There are no humans or dwarves or any of these other types you see here or in the bulk of the other universes. And where I'm from, arcane healing isn't all that uncommon. It's just a variant technique that you can pick up over time. I think he hoped I would be selected and that I would be able to help to expand the discoveries. However, it's proven very difficult to teach any of what I know to the wizards of his tradition. It is, however, at least possible to adjust not so much the healing magic, but the healing magic that goes from the plants that I've grown here into something that will still function in this void.
The problem is that the void tends to absorb and denature anything that's infused with positive energy. So, consequently, healing potions and things like that have their energy dissipated before they can generally help to affect the creature that's imbibing them. With some adjustments, you can counteract that. I may be able to teach you that, although you would still have to brew the healing potions directly.
I'm not much of an alchemist.
What's your knowledge of botany?
Uh,
You see, as he's talking to you, he like looks away and starts shaking his head.
Herbalism. Yeah, I assume he's referring to herbalism.
Yes, well,
I
he
am-
said botany,
Yeah.
but sure.
I'm good at survival. I can
I'm
usually
sure
notice
you
when a
are.
plant is useful. Yeah, what do you know about ghost? Do you have any of this? Let's pull out
Do
a
you have
bag.
ghost weed? Are you showing it to him?
I don't know. I think I might have kept some, honestly. If there were any to keep, like, because we would have used it as like a ritual where I'm from. So the
So yeah, if you
living.
show it to him, then he's unsure what it is. Fine. Can I study it?
The void was never the same.
And that's when
Yeah.
that's when drug smugglers became a thing in the void.
Zarius is like, first taste is free, but
It's gonna cost you.
Never know. It might help everybody relax a little bit.
It's not exactly what it does.
But he looks back and says, I actually don't really even know why I'm helping you. I think it's foolish for you to try to penetrate the upper tower. I think you're just going to make a bad situation worse.
But what if we make
Frankly,
it?
I wouldn't be surprised if you just die on the other side of that door. I'll be interested to see whether or not we're not entirely certain whether or not it's just the living that get kicked out of there without their memories. As mentioned, one of our number disappeared and his body never turned up. So he may be dead just beyond the door for all we know.
Your skills could be useful. You could come with us.
I don't even think you should go. I don't think I should go. I think Malachar will come down when Malachar is ready.
We are incredibly resourceful.
Then perhaps you'll survive. Best case scenario, you convince Malachar to come out again, I suppose. Worst case scenario, Malachar is really pissed off that you're in there. I vote for leaving Malachar alone. Now, if you talk to Rimmer, he might be willing to go in with you, but I think he's actually a coward who won't. In any event, even if he does agree, that's where you get into problems because I'd have to think about that myself. I'm not sure I want him in there by himself, leading your little band through it, using you as shields to save himself. Because I think the worst outcome, now that I think about it, would be that he grabs the copy of the discoveries and then tries to make off with it.
I think everyone's best bet is if you come with us. Your healing capabilities would be invaluable.
Exactly, which is another reason for me not to go because I don't wish you success. But give me a persuasion check.
Right, Darius. What's the charm on this guy?
Gonna switch up. Damn it, come with us! And use intimidation? No.
Seduction.
I'll tell you what. I'm definitely not going to go in there with you, but I'll spend some time and I'll brew you some potions. So that way, if you need healing, you'll have some. But if I'm
Probably
going to do
appreciate
that and you're leaving tomorrow, I need to get started now.
I should rest.
They've probably got rooms made up for you on the lower floor. When you come down the stairs, there'd be the hallway that leads to the dining hall and then a second hallway that leads in the opposite direction. The guest bedrooms used to be down there. I'm sure Dagda won't care as long as you take any one of the empty ones, but she's probably made up rooms specifically for your people, so you'll probably find sheets on one of the spare beds.
I'll leave him a little bit of the ghost weed.
So you see, he picks it up. He picks it up and is like looking at it, but he then puts it up on a shelf and begins to go over and starts taking things down so he can mix potions.
Mm-hmm. Good
So
evening.
you all go and sleep for the night. Eventually, you all get a knock on your doors from Dagda, who sounds really sleepy. Lavinia said I should wake you.
Zara's
Okay.
is
What
already
time is
awake
it?
for sure.
Oh, but just before I go, before we go there, Dustin, did you see the message I sent you?
I did. And so I would, I was waiting till Zarius and such came back. So I would kind of, before we could all turn in, I'd go around and tell Aurelia and Darius and Lucirosi and maybe Nimrod that Primer offered a meeting at her tower at midnight to learn the real story of this place.
The dwarf rimmer?
The dwarf Rimmer.
Smoke me a kippa. I'll be back before breakfast.
But I'm based on our interaction with her during
Frimer's a
dinner.
male.
Him.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But
Based on our interaction with him during dinner, I'm not so certain. I want to know his take on it. I feel like perhaps I know the real story.
well,
Or not know it, but not sure if his story is the real story.
He may be the least trustworthy.
I think it's worth hearing him out, but I think we should be suspicious. He seems quite prideful. I'm not sure I trust his motivations.
Also, the woman, Bright Swan. She's not as injured as she puts on. She walks with a hobble and is as if she were straining herself, but this is not true.
How do you know this?
I could tell in the way she walks and moved when we were interacting.
First of all, his passive medicine score is way higher than any of yours. And second, he's been faking a limp for years.
yeah, he knows a fake limp when he sees it.
So
So I do not know who she is putting this show on for. But it is likely she knows more than she puts on.
I
It
think
is
that's
obvious she does. She told them to withhold information from us as well.
I think that's probably a given for all of them.
yeah, I'm very cautious in terms of any of these individuals. I mean, I think of all of them, despite how crass he presents himself. What's his name?
Belgrick.
Belgrick.
Yeah.
I trust him most because at least he is upfront with what he says and his feelings. And also the others seem to diminish his abilities, which strikes me as strange.
His abilities are impressive. He's the only known person, and it seems many from his world have the capability to heal with the arcane magic.
Well, I am certainly curious what Rimmer has to say, but I'm also cautious. These are arcanists of quite some power. He may be inviting us to speak with him privately and revealing some information which may or may not be true, but who knows what his capacities are for manipulation.
Any one of them may be watching us right now.
I expect that they are. I mean, Lavinia, or one of, I can't remember which one, spoke of their powers of divination. I don't think they're going to just allow us to be here unsupervised.
Yeah, that was also Frimmer who was talking about their divination.
Yeah.
Well, I'd be curious to hear. I'd be curious what he has to say.
Oh, we can head to his tower around midnight.
I have no desire to speak with this person. I will sleep.
While I also have little desire to speak with him, I am reticent to allow you guys to go without support.
So you make your way, whoever's going. So obviously Zarius said he's staying behind. Who else is going?
T-Hole will go.
So you go back up the stairs to the main room, the reception level. Someone roll me a d20.
All right. I got this. 4.
There's nobody on that floor at that moment as you come up the stairs. So there's the hallway that led to the main door. There's the hallway that you know goes to Belgrack's tower. There's the hallway Lavinia came down, which you can guess probably came from her tower. But there are 3 other hallways that lead out of this room.
Do we know where we're going?
You can guess from the layout that the 3 remaining hallways each lead to 3 of the shorter towers that circle the tower you're in now. But you're not necessarily sure which one is Rimmer's.
The shortest one.
They all appear to be of the same height. So
Well-
one of them must be Meriden, the Shadowkai's. One of them must be Rimmer's, and you're not sure about the 5th one.
Well, I mean, Rimmer was the one that made this offer to speak with him. Surely he had indicated some way of meeting with him.
That's fair. I could say he told you that it was the southeast tower.
Okay.
So you make your way down there. As you enter through, you knock on the main door. The doors simply open on their own, and you can see Rimmer is sitting in there. There's an artificial fire in the center of the room. It's giving off. You can tell it's more or less an illusion, but it is giving off light and heat enough to light up the room. Rimmer is sitting back in a cushioned chair reading. He's got his rabbit in his lap. There's the smell of tobacco. It's fairly tangy smelling. And there's a decanter of wine on a table next to him. Around him, you see his unicorn rabbit is in his lap, but it appears as though Rusty the Martin is playing some game where it's running up, sort of kind of like teasingly attacking the rabbit and then running away and around the chair and then back up to attack the rabbit again. So you came. Good. Have a seat. Would you like some wine?
I am
I'll pass.
fine. Thank you, though.
Thanks, though.
So you need to understand what's actually going on here. Lavinia, she's using you. Belgrek legitimately cares about people in general, but I'm pretty sure he would prefer that you all just die before you meet Malakar, because he is very much devoted to Malakar and doesn't want you messing up what he perceives to be Malakar's grand plan. And he like waggles his fingers while mocking the notion that there is a grand plan. So really, you can't trust anybody in here because we've all got our own motivations. I myself would like nothing more than for us to get our hands on the discoveries again and access to the magical library again, because there is a lot more we can do here. We've wasted 3 years of our lives sitting here waiting for Malakar to decide it's okay for us to have access to the very spells we discovered in the first place. Luckily, some of us had some of them prepared so that we could at least make our own copies of some of our own spells, but not all of them.
What spurred Malakar's decision? He couldn't have just out of the blue decided that everyone's lazy and he's gonna set traps for you. There had to be some tipping point.
There's a lot of dispute
Arguments.
there's a lot of dispute about who provided what to the discoveries. And Malakar, who probably other than Baelgrak has provided the least input of any of us, has decided that we are somehow ingrates who are not acknowledging all of the wonderful insights he provided into our spells, when in reality, he is lucky that we all accepted the invitation to come here. I mean, even Baelgrak has on occasion contributed something, but Baelgrak is just happy to lap up whatever abuse he's given. The rest of us, not quite so much. Look, Lavinia's plan, I have no doubt, is she would like to bump the old guy off and take over this tower and become master of it herself, to have complete control over the discoveries. She'll tell you that's not her goal, but of course she would say that. I'm hoping she wants you guys to live long enough to make it up there and get back out again, but I'm absolutely sure she doesn't care if there are casualties. I have to tell you, she has not been limping around this place nearly so much as she has been since you guys arrived. So I have to imagine that is part of a show she's putting on for you, because she doesn't want to have to go in with you because she's afraid she's going to die. We all think she nearly did before. She and her best friend / lover probably went in there one night because she turned up one morning very, very burned at the exact same time Valkus completely disappeared. She then makes up a story about how Valkus probably returned to his own home world. but the timing is a little too much for anybody to buy that, except maybe Balgrak.
So let me ask. Lavinia is manipulating us to be able to gain access to the library and doesn't really care about whether or not we survive the ordeal. But you do?
I have my own, like I said, don't trust anyone here, but you can trust that at least I'm making my desires open and known to you. What I want is the discoveries. If you get in there and you bring me that book and not Lavinia, then I can return home and I can improve the state of my entire world with that knowledge. Like I said, Lavinia just wants to continue to run and rule over this place. And whatever it is you need, I'm happy to negotiate that with you. I don't really believe you when you say you don't want anything from what's inside the tower. All I want are the discoveries. I can negotiate with you on whatever it is you're trying to recover for yourselves. Lavinia is not going to let you take anything that's super useful because she wants control of it.
So it sounds like the discord that has existed amongst you since Malachar was around and before he left. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, it's because Malachar, as I said, really was becoming increasingly senile, increasingly paranoid, pretending that somehow the discoveries were his discoveries alone, when none of it would have ever been possible without my hypotheses. And yet he's guarding our work, flew into a rage when we challenged him on who contributed what to his precious book, called us ungrateful swine for all the opportunities he gave us, like he made us. Then he fled into the top of the marble tower, claimed we were trying to kill him, of all things. Crazy batshit for brains ancient wizard to mock us, builds some labyrinth of challenges and forbids us access to the library we helped to build. He left a message on a locked door outside the Great Hall where you're going to see it, but the message has been in Lavinia's possession forever. He said that anyone who was worthy would have no trouble to pass. But like I said, we know Lavinia tried and she got half her face burned off for it. He's just hiding knowledge from us because he's so crazy at this point that he honestly, I think, honestly believes that that this is all stuff he developed. I guarantee you, if you find a copy of that book, you are going to see my handprints going all through it. Some of the spells were named after me. A lot of the spells are named after me because they're mine. And everybody played a part. So probably every spell I developed has a fingerprint of one or two other people in there, but mostly mine. Now we're just stuck here with nothing but access to the lower library, which is great if you want to read stories about folk tales or insects or shrubs or grubs, which is great for Balgrak because that's the life he lives. A mundane, semi-magical life that's barely worth living.
Rimmer, I'm wondering, as I hear this and I hear about the relationships here between you and the other Arcanists, is it possible that Malachar designed the trials to force the five of you to work together to address them?
I see where you're coming from and how poetic that would be. Malachar was not what I would call a touchy-feely kind of guy. I don't think unless his, I
mean,
can't
it wouldn't
imagine
need to be touchy-feely, but certainly he can see the discord amongst you and the relationships and know that perhaps you would never work together and therefore never be able to succeed in unlocking the library.
And
I
therefore
actually
would be worthy.
the only thing he cares about is based on my last conversation with him, our acknowledging that he did everything and we were merely servants or students of his who occasionally held a flask for him while all of the important theoretical work was done by him, the master. Probably if there's a secret, easy way through that, it's to go in there and announce that we're just worms and we had no real part in making any of the discoveries. And then that will somehow unlock a path through all of his traps. He definitely doesn't care whether or not we're all best friends at the end of the journey. He only cares about us giving up any claim we may have to the discoveries, any rights to claim that we were a part of the great research we've otherwise done here. Listen, we are all fucked up. I understand that. But Malachar, he is just as fucked up as any of us. Has anyone even explained to you the nature of Malachar? Because that seems really important, and I would bet Lavinia didn't mention it.
What is this nature of Malachar?
So there are many universes, just like the one I came from, the one you came from. And in many of them, there are parallels, so that it may be, not 100%, but it may be that there are many Luceroses across many different universes. Going by that name or something similar, or maybe even something dissimilar, but fundamentally something that links you to these people. There are so many universes that the parallels come up surprisingly often, much more often than you might think. Well, the Malachar who originally came here had died a long time ago. But he comes here and he sets up this tower. He sets up everything to defend himself. That's how he was able to get here in the first place, because the dead aren't damaged by the void the way the living are. So this lich sets up Malachar's keep and begins to do research into all of these alternate realities, possibly, as he claims, to find wizards worthy of coming and doing research with him. But I can't necessarily say that was his original research goal. He then proceeded to find copies of himself and, willingly or unwillingly, to merge himself with them. Not all of them were undead. Most of them were still very much alive. Malachar now exists in a state that is somewhere between being undead and being alive. In fact, there seem to be many more versions of Malachar that are alive than are undead. So at this point, he is this ever-shifting amalgam of living and dead versions of himself, slowly morphing from one to the other. All of which, while magically interesting, what people might not tell you is he slowly grew more and more mentally unstable. He began to get increasingly paranoid, which is why I think he said we were trying to kill him, which is weird because I don't even know if it's possible to kill him, because he has undead forms as well as living forms.
So, given this, and now you stating your motivation clearly for us, revealing what you believe to be Lavinia's motivation, and understanding Balgrak's disposition, what is Meriden take then, from your perspective?
Meriden's an odd one. I can't tell you very much about Meriden. He definitely has a very focused interest on the power of the void. His specialty, I would say, are more curses and spells that channel negative energy, all of which are exceptionally powerful here in the void. And I would admit, albeit perhaps to a lesser, certainly to a lesser degree than me, but probably to a lesser degree than Lavinia herself, he has been useful. He has added to the overall theoretical work in the discoveries. There have been some advancements that he has definitely made, and certain spells in there, I would say, probably are entirely his, just because he has his own peculiar focus on it. But what drives him, I don't know. I don't know if he wants you to find Malachar or not. He seems to be friendlier with Lavinia than any of the rest of us, but much like at dinner, he rarely says more than a sentence or two. And when he does say anything to you, it's because he wants something.
So I guess the question is then, if at the very least, Balgrak doesn't want us to survive this. He's made that clear. Lavinia doesn't care whether we live or die, but doesn't want us to access anything within the library, and so would stop us from anything that we might be needing as part of our undertaking this trial. You say that you are willing to negotiate, but at the end of the day, we come out from the trials if we survive. What protection do you offer from Lavinia or Belgrak?
Well,
How
if
can you ensure what you are offering?
Well, I don't necessarily. I can certainly fight alongside you if things get violent. Uh, I don't know if it'll come to that or not. I mean, look, all I want is possession of the discoveries. That may be what you want too, in which case I'm perfectly willing to make a copy and we'll split it. Ultimately, I want to return to my universe. It makes no difference to me if you take a copy of the discoveries into your universe. Or maybe there's some item in the tower you want. Again, I wouldn't begrudge you any item in the discovery in the tower unless it's the sole copy of the discoveries. But I feel like I'm flexible on pretty much everything. And look, if you're willing to work with me here, I'd be willing to give you some things that will help you survive this. You're not going to get an offer as good as that from Lavinia. I have magical items here that I could give you that I think would be useful. I don't know what you're going to be facing, so I can't tailor things to your specific needs.
T-Hole, Aurelia, what are your thoughts?
I'm sitting on the ground near the fire, playing with the Martin. At least trying to.
Yeah, no, the Martin would love that.
Have you tried speaking with it yet?
I do not want to do that in front of him now.
Oh, okay.
Well,
So I'll even tell you, here's what I can offer you. All of which I think you may find come in handy. I have 2 potions of invulnerability to help keep you alive if things come down to combat and get tougher. I have 5 potions of vitality so that if he tries to simply exhaust you to death, you can recover from it a little more quickly. I have an Yoon Stone of Absorption so that if he casts spells at you, you will be able to at least absorb a certain number of them without suffering any ill effect. I have the Helm of Comprehending Languages because, frankly, I expect there to be a few language puzzles amongst whatever he's got in store for you. And if you survive, I have about 28,000 gold pieces worth of jewels that, frankly, I'm not going to need because I'm not going to be here much more than a couple of months while I consolidate the research that I've done since Malachar disappeared into the discoveries. And he, at that point, waggles a finger, and you see a chest slides across the floor and pops open, and it does seem to be filled with gemstones. So all of this is yours if you're willing to work with me. Lavinia won't give you a thing.
Just curious, is there been any is there anything in the discoveries regarding the Wand of Eternity's doorstep?
I don't know what that is, so I guess I would say no. The discoveries are, it's a spell book, basically. It's a list of spells that we have invented since being here. So it's not so much
Oh,
a
I
book
see.
of lore as it is a book of spells.
Ah,
So I do not relish the idea of engaging in politics within what is going on, but at the end of the day, we need to undertake these trials because there is a spell contained within the library that we do need for the seer.
May I ask
Additionally,
what spell the seer needs?
Just because he's laid, wait. So can I make an insight check to see if Rimmer is really laying his cards out on the table?
Sure.
Okay.
Did the seer
Damn
ever
it.
was
As far
the
as
seer
you know.
Yeah.
was the seer ever able to come into the Citadel, or has he always been like unable to come in?
I mean, no, Malachar hated the seer, so no.
Right. So they were never friends at one time or anything.
I mean, they weren't enemies when the seer first arrived in the settlement. So, but so far as I know, I've never known him to be inside the Citadel itself.
So Lustrosi's thinking right now is that it's probably pretty clearly known by these arcanists that the void has effects on those living here. So I'm going to say Lustrossi is going to guess that it's not going to be a surprise or even taken necessarily that badly. So Lustrossi is just going to reveal. So the seer has been corrupted by the void and now has contracted vampirism, and he wishes to resolve it.
Sorry, in the void, that's like saying the seer caught the clap. So, yeah, I could see why he might want that spell.
And we need the seer's help to address a situation on our world. But to be honest, if the library, the upper level of the library and the discoveries are as powerful and have such a breadth of possibilities as you suggest, there are some things that I personally would find useful. Specifically, you had mentioned that you have some capacity with divination.
We do.
Well, I am seeking the item that I had mentioned to Meriden, the weapon known by my world as Salasri or Sigurd Salas. It was stolen from me, and I would like to find it.
Well, I also don't know what that weapon is. So I could, I will continue to just be candid since I get the sense that you're pretty straight shooters. I don't know what universe you're from, and so it's a little bit of a shot in the dark to try to figure out. Divination magic, when you're here in the void, there's too many universes. You can't simply cast a spell and know everything about every universe all at once. So I would have to know what universe you're from so that I could narrow down the focus of that magic. And I realize you have reasons for not wanting to share it. I'm just explaining the difficulty of me not knowing. I might then be able to find it. It's not 100%. I only could say that I could try my best. And then only if I know what universe you've come from. But that spell that the seer needs, you should understand that spell is in the discoveries. That is, frankly, I had more than a little bit of a hand in that spell myself, as did Meriden. I have to admit, a lot of the breakthroughs there were his. That is one of the spells that I think is going to gain us the most acclaim. It's not necessarily the most powerful spell in the world. There are limitations and material components and conditions, and but there is, I believe, absolutely no chance Lavinia is going to let you leave here with a copy of that spell from that book, because she wants control. She doesn't want that spell getting out into the world.
It seems like your goal really is for the discoveries. So does it matter what world we come from to you?
No. I'm just saying, if I'm going to use a spell to try to find this glossary for you, I need more to go on than its name. I'll need to know what world I'm searching for this particular object.
So Lucerosi's going to look to Aurelia and T-Hole, kind of signaling that he is about ready to reveal, but he's also going to restrain himself from making that decision himself. So he's kind of looking for nonverbal signals for you guys.
Teal will just be like,
Aurelia?
I mean, it seems like it's a foregone conclusion.
It's not, but I mean, I understand why Aurelia would think that.
So, Malakar. How did you see the other Malakars that he brought?
You can't miss them. He is constantly in a physical transformation, which, like I said, is magically fascinating. I couldn't help but try to study it a little bit. He is constantly shifting in form between all of the various Malakars that he has consumed over time, including his original form. Although last I saw him, it was pretty rare for his original form to pop up. There were just so many.
But there's not like, is it just one form, or is there like all sorts? Is there like one Malakar here and then one over here, or is he just transforming all in the same spot?
No, he is one being who is constantly polymorphing between different iterations of Malakar from different universes. So sometimes it's one guy, but 1 second he'll be a young man or a teenager, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, and a second later he'll be an undead lich, 90-year who died at age 90. A second later he'll be a middle-aged man with brown hair and green eyes. But all of them were, in a fundamental sense, Malakar.
And is that the only name you've known him by?
Well, that's the only name I've known our Malakar by. Like I said, the details between universes they often shift. So he's had other names as well, depending on the form.
I'm sure he has. Continue, Luceros.
So we've only just learned that this has any sort of weight, at least here. And this is not a term that we are familiar with, but the seer referred to us as children of Reshiram.
Rashawn. I know your universe. It's actually an astonishingly rare world in some ways. Although overall, I would say it conforms to the general parameters you would see in the typical inhabited universe. So you're not religious nut jobs, are you?
I try not to look at Lucerosi.
I am a paladin of Asheros in my world.
But I mean, like, do you have any, are you aware of any mythology that relates to the void?
We are very much against those creatures and combated them as we made our way here.
Okay. I mean, like I said, my main concern is getting control of the discoveries away from that lunatic. But you know, it is good to know because they are unpredictable. I might even say crazy because I think they seek to loose some chaotic god upon your world.
That is our understanding as well. And
I
we are
can't
not,
imagine that would work out well.
no, and we are very much
No.
set to prevent any such atrocity.
In
Yeah.
fact, we destroyed one of those followers on just before we got transported here, quite by accident. And the transformation that she convinced those acolytes, or presumably her acolytes, to take was just horrifying. It's clear. It was very obvious that the power of the void is not good. Whatever they're seeking to do is not going to bring to any. It's not going to provide any benefit.
Yeah, I don't myself
I mean,
know
you have to be a crazy religious nut job to think it would.
Yeah, I don't myself know the details of how this god supposedly their belief is that he got trapped or fell asleep in eternity's doorstep. That may or may not be true, but it just seems as if the energy from that place is so entropically charged that I would just be afraid that any god coming out of that shell would destroy your world, purposefully or not. You might be able to, if interested. It's not my field of study. I don't know that much about the individual religions of different worlds. I wouldn't know anything about Rushan's world except for the fact that I know these religious types show up here from time to time. You might be able to do research on that in the lower library. There's a lot of information about various religions. Certainly a lot about Eternity's doorstep. So there could be a disproportionate amount of information that relates to your universe. In any event, I think, although I don't know the specific of your world, I can do research in the lower library enough to locate it and its relative position within the void. I can cast spells to try to find this Solastri that you're looking for. The more information you give me about Solastri, maybe the better it will be. And like I said, I'm not sure that I can guarantee I'm going to be able to pinpoint it. Do you know, I don't know how much spellcraft you know, but probably my first move will be to cast a spell frequently called Contact Other Plane, to make contact with something in your universe that may have more specific knowledge than I can locate here. But it should be possible, if not on the first casting, eventually. There are risks with that spell. I'll have to be a little careful with it. But I should be able to find something, I think. The first thing will be to pin down exactly where within the manifold of entropy your universe is. That could take a little time, but I think I could have it done in a day or two. I don't know how long you're going to be spending in the upper tower, so I also can't promise I'll have a lot to report when you get out if you're out quickly. If you're in there for 2 or 3 days, I'll probably have something.
Well, we have some time still before we go in, so perhaps I can share with you as much information as I can before we enter the trials.
That would be helpful. The more I know, the more likely I'm not going to be led down some false path searching for some other weapon.
Where did you find Rusty?
Rusty was brought in on a caravan. He was presented to us in a crate full of various creatures that we were going to butcher and eat. But I just thought he was too adorable, so I pulled him out and told everyone to leave him alone. Everyone more or less agreed that we could keep him as a mascot.
And your rabbit?
My my rabbit is an El Mirage, native to my world, fairly common. Uh, her name is Batilla, and she is my familiar. And the rabbit like hops back up onto his shoulder. The rabbit seems to be able to perch there, like pretty solidly, almost like a parrot. And you realize that it does have pretty long claws on the edges of its feet that it's digging into his shoulder, although he doesn't seem to notice it.
So I think
one thing I'd like, I think before we, after we, if we're able to retrieve these this book, the discoveries, I think I very much would like a copy, even if Lavinia isn't terribly thrilled about the idea.
I think
If
we
that
can.
is
I
all
think
right
we
with
can.
you.
We can work with that. You understand how long it takes to make a copy, though. You'll have to stay here at least a month or two.
I'm not sure we have that much time, T-Hole.
This is a timeless place.
It's true, but the time here seems to be quite standardized. In this
That is true.
particular.
More so than in the settlement
I mean,
below.
the time.
See, time is subjective here, but there is a differential between the way time flows here and the way time will be flowing in your universe. So there is, even though time is subjective here, always going to be the potential for a certain minimum degree of time shift. And here in the tower, things are really locked to Faerunian time. So you can force time out of sync with Faerunian time if you're really skilled at manipulating subjective time. But the magic of the place tries to hold it on Faerunian time, if only to keep it as the standard. So it will take me some time. If I do the work in the settlement, that certainly would be faster because it's easier to slip out of Faerunian time there. But there would still be some, from the standpoint of time relative to your world, it would still take some time. You would be delayed in getting back.
Of course.
I think, T-Hole, if the problem is that our way back, I mean, unless Rimmer, unless you have some way of plane shifting to our particular universe, our particular world, we have a ticking clock in terms of our ability to get back.
I don't have access to the plane shift spell myself. I could probably get it. I'd be reticent to plane shift into your world. There are risks in plane shifting into and out of universes. It's not as easy as just casting a spell. There's a risk of potentially dying if you do it wrong. I would like to avoid that. I would rather copy the spell book here.
I mean, T-Hole, if that
Yeah.
is something that you desire, I mean, that's something that certainly I don't think anybody would stop you from acquiring. However, I don't know that we're able to wait for you if that's your decision.
We can take a look. There may be, may not need maybe the whole spell book wouldn't be prudent, or just all the discoveries wouldn't be prudent. Maybe a few.
I would certainly cut down on the time. To be clear, I am concerned that and he gets up from his chair and goes over and begins collecting things off of shelves and out of chests he has around the room. If you were to bring the discoveries back to me And if I were to not leave, if we were to not leave very quickly at that point, then probably there would be a conflict with Lavinia. And I don't really know. I don't know what Meriden would do. He might not take any side. He might take Lavinia's side. He certainly wouldn't take my side because he clearly doesn't like me that much. I don't know what Belgrec would do. He probably would want to keep the discoveries here. Probably, I imagine he wouldn't want a copy of it going out either because he'd be afraid Malachar wouldn't like that. So just, when you come back, maybe don't mention to anyone that you have the discoveries. And hopefully we can avoid a fight long enough for me to get you whatever it is you need. I mean, the vampirism spell, that will already have to be copied. Maybe there could be a scroll of it somewhere in the upper tower. But more likely than not, I'm going to need to scribe a scroll of it for you, particularly if the seer's going to use it.
Well,
Certainly.
I think, given our situation and how upfront that you've been with us, I mean, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I am willing to trust in your terms and trust that you will uphold your end of it.
As much as you're able to trust someone, anyway.
He puts a bunch of things into his sack and then hands the sack to Lucirosi.
All right, I'll take it.
Quick T-hole, grab it before Lucirosi gives it away.
This chest of gems, you take it now if you want. Probably better to leave it just because it's just a weight. There's nothing magical in there. It's all just gemstones.
I don't think that it is necessary to take that with us.
It'll be here when you get back.
Oh, good.
So I don't know if T-Hole or Aurelia have anything more, but if not, Lucirosi will begin telling him all that he can about Salosri.
You see, he doesn't really take notes, but you can see he's listening very intently and relying on his memory to just retain it all.
He would also mention that Xerius has that map that seems to be attuned to Salosri.
Maybe.
Yeah, it might be good if I had that, so that it might be that by studying the magic of the map, I may be able to find a signature of the weapon itself that might help to track it down.
Yes, I thought so. I thought as much. So yeah, he would share all of that, and about what it was like when he was attuned to Salosri and kind of the sense that he got of the personality of the weapon and what he learned about the history of it. So
he listens to it all and says, well, you're going to be getting up in a couple of hours. You should probably go get as much sleep as you can.
yes.
So remember, before we go, when we make it through the trial and we run into our, presumably Malachar will be there, and he may be batshit out of his mind and try to kill us. Is there a form we should avoid, or is there a way to deal with him, or something we should be aware of?
As near, well, in terms of a form to avoid, not really. They're all pretty well integrated in terms of abilities at this point. There were power differentials when he originally began absorbing the alternate versions of himself, but all of them wound up essentially having, he mostly did it to increase his own power in a quick and dirty way. So he has full command over all of the powers any of them had, but it's nothing more than you would expect from an archmage. Some of his forms definitely have undead resistances, but he'll shift between them so quickly that it will be very hard to try to time it.
Okay.
Well, hopefully we don't encounter Malakar, and if we do, he is amenable to our situation.
Well, I mean, I'm partially hoping that maybe he has finally passed away, although it's not crazy to think that if he had passed away, we would have seen a change in the magical energy protecting the settlement in the Citadel, and we haven't. So I expect he's up there somewhere. I would also expect that he would have the discoveries with him or close by, given his obsession. So, to let you plan ahead, I feel like you probably will meet him if you find the book. Certainly, he's not going to leave the book unattended and unprotected.
Right.
Most definitely.
Well, something I suppose to be prepared for, but something that we may need to address as we get there.
Well, I hope you come back quickly with the discoveries. If you happen to fail, we'll just say I'll keep my chest of gems, but you can keep the items I gave you. Seem like you'll put them to good use.
Thank you. All right, so Luciorsi would walk back to the room and go get some sleep.
Yeah, Frimmer claps his hands, and the rabbit and the pine marten both jump up onto his shoulders. I think I will retire as well. Good night to you all.
Good night.
Remember to have Zarius bring me that map so I can begin to study it tomorrow.
Yes, I will speak with him in the morning.
Speaking of, whenever I look at it, does anything show up?
No, you don't see anything on it.
Damn.
To the next room.
What wouldn't it be funny if it pinged and it was in Meriden room?
I half expected it, honestly.
It was
I,
in the
Could've
dwarf,
almost
I
made a
wasn't gonna
higher-
be surprised.
where the dwarf made.
So
Or like somewhere.
Dagda,
you know.
Dagda wakes you up just a few hours after this exchange and says that you have time essentially for a quick breakfast before the Great Hall is ready to open again.
All right. So how do we want to distribute these items?
Yeah.
So as I'm eating my breakfast, I'm going to ask Dagna. I'm looking around for Rusty. Is he there?
He is not there at this point.
Dagna, where's Rusty at?
It's probably with Frimmer.
It's great that you saved him, and you were going to, because you were going to eat him.
Well, Frimmer is actually the one who saved him. I don't really care. He was just meat to me. We get all sorts of animals in here from various different realities, so you have to just get used to eating whatever is sold.
But he got him from a caravan or something.
The caravans bring in many animals, so he was one of the ones that was brought in. I wouldn't necessarily say he was cuter than all of the other animals. Maybe he had more personality. Frimmer took a liking to him, and eventually he grew on pretty much everyone.
Hmm.
He poops everywhere. I hate him. I want him dead.
That's why you need to get another animal that eats it.
Well, if you find such an animal, I would pay for it.
Yeah, but then
Unless
that
it poops even
animal-
more.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So as we start waking up, Luciorsi would turn to Zarius and say, Zarius, I need that map of Salasri.
So Lost is not here.
I know that Salasri is not here, but I've spoken to Meriden, or not Meriden, of Rimmer,
Rimmer.
and we have come to an agreement, and he will use his power to try and seek Salasri out. The map would help him in this manner.
If he does not destroy it, I wish to have it back.
I don't think he would destroy it. I can't say for certain, but he seemed to indicate that he would use the magic within to just better understand how to locate Salasri.
Sometimes, in order to better understand something, it gets disassembled.
This is true. But I think it is a risk worth taking to find Salasri.
Fine.
Thank you, Zarius. I greatly appreciate it, more than I can say it with words.
It's going to be in the tower. I just know it. Go. It'll be in the first room, but it's going to be hidden. We won't know. Without the map, we'll just never find it.
By the way, Zarius, Rimmer provided us with these items that may help us with the trials. And
Seems
then
you made friends.
We've come to an understanding with him. He seems the most amenable to our situation and seems most willing to work with us.
See what these are.
So in terms of the potions of invulnerability, I think, Lucirosi doesn't need those because of his resistances with rage. Maybe
You could stack them.
true. But definitely the potion of vitality, at least one of them. Maybe more because Lucirosi is always getting exhausted.
Yeah, we know.
And then who among us is the biggest target usually with spells?
All of us.
I don't think that it's necessarily like, I don't know if there's one spell wise that's more than the other.
I think that's more like whenever we go into a situation, if we know who we want to be most protected, should take it all.
I would think that like at least Zarius would have a potion of invulnerability. At least on him.
An immune stone requires attunement.
I have no attunement slots.
I have one open.
I think Aurelia needs a potion of invulnerability. She always gets manhandled.
So this particular immune stone has 12 charges left in it.
Does the helm require attunement?
That's a good question.
It does not look like it.
Okay. I think whoever has the highest intelligence maybe would be good with that one, just in case there are any puzzles, like language puzzles.
So Nimrod's like, you got it, and puts it on his head, and it's like a size too big.
God damn it.
Has to be someone else.
All right, my intelligence is a 12.
I'll take one of them invulnerability potions and 2 vitality potions then.
My intelligence is a 10. T-Hole is surprisingly not very smart in this form. Just average.
Aurelia's reasonably smart.
13.
Well, I mean, if our highest intelligence outside of Nimrod is in the 12 to 13 range, maybe it should go to whoever has proficiency in insight and investigation. So I have proficiency in those things. Aurelia, do you?
Just proficiency in investigation.
Okay. What
Yeah,
about
nine.
you, Zarius?
I got a 9 on insight, but only a 1 in investigation.
I mean, it doesn't require attunement, so you can swap it around.
Just-
That's true. That's true. We could swap it around.
Let's all stick our head in the helmet at once.
Right.
Yeah,
And
it's just
I would
hopefully
nobody
say,
has lice.
Some rope.
and I would say just in general, with respect to comprehending languages, it's probably more history, arcana, and religion, where you're going to need to like read a lot of things.
I have history and arcana proficiency. Or not arcana, religion.
That makes sense.
So when it comes to matters of arcana, who's got proficiency in that?
T-Hole does.
Earlier.
Okay. So maybe if it comes to history or religion, it'll be Lucerosi's bag. And if it's arcana, T-Hole and Aurelia.
Little did we know that the trial from Malachar Keep is really just a bar trivia contest. We're trying to figure out which our areas are best suited.
All right. So
How many charges did you say that were left
12.
on the
12 spell
stone?
levels left on the stone.
12?
Yep.
All right.
You wrote
in your
10 in the
description, you put
chat.
10 down here, yeah.
Oh. Then I'll say it's 12. It was 10 then, but I'll say 12 because I got
Okay.
it wrong.
All right. So then if you're getting the invulnerable or the stone of absorption, Aurelia is getting 1 potion of invulnerability. Are we really giving the other one to Nimrod?
No.
I think we should give one to Zarius and Aurelia.
Yeah.
Nimrod can dodge.
Duck, dive, dodge, and weave. Yep.
Right, but still potentially, like he can half damage once per round, but he can quarter damage once per round if he's got this potion.
He gets half damage like everybody else.
And if he gets hit a second time that round, he'd half it.
Just don't get hit. You'll be fine.
Say that to anyone.
All right.
I
So
mean,
I'll take.
okay, but like when I'm hiding, I don't want to hear your bitching that I'm hiding and not helping because I'm following your specific order to not get hit.
I'm taking 2 potions of vitality. And then I'll hang on to the helm as well for now.
So am I getting one of the invulnerability ones? Or is
I say you get it.
Unless you want to give it up to Nimrod.
I don't want to give him anything.
What do you think, T-Hole? Do you think you should have the invulnerability?
Here's what I think. I think resistance to all damage increases Zarius's ability to pass concentration checks with Spirit Guardians.
Sure.
I think is for me, I'm pretty hard to hit, or harder anyway. So I'll be okay. As long as Zarius remains alive to heal.
Well, I cannot heal at all in this place.
Oh, and we got 5
that's right.
potions of
Greater healing.
44,
vitality.
right? Well, no, also the healing potions.
So what do you think, T-Hole? Do you think
Yeah,
the invulnerability should go to Zarius?
Did the guy give us some potions?
You
Did
haven't
he
seen
make
him
some?
yet, but you're still at breakfast.
Okay.
But we had 5 before. Was it 5
Yeah.
and then I used 1?
I forget what I rolled. I think it was 5 and then you used 1.
Okay.
What, originally?
It's the potions that the seer gave you.
He gave us 6 and we used 1, so we have 5.
Okay. So since Aurelia and Zarius, you guys have the potions of invulnerability, maybe me and T-Hole get some more of the healing potions.
How about
That's fair.
everybody carry one? Keep it in a place where anybody knows where it's at. So if someone goes down, whoever's closest comes and takes your potion and gives it to you.
Okay, we could do that. So then we'd each have 1, including Nimrod.
Can measure out quarter doses.
1d4 plus 1.
Just dabs.
So after breakfast, Dagna leads you up the stairs back to the central chamber where you first entered, and then up the stairs further to the second floor of the tower, where you see there's a pair of large doors next to which you see Lavinia and Balgrek are standing. Lavinia says, I hope you had a good breakfast. I hope you're all ready to get started. At least I'm very eager to see your positive results. I don't know how long you'll be in there, but the tower is only about 200 feet tall, so you could be back in as little as a day, I imagine.
Oh, not us. We take a long time, so it'll be a while.
I have a few things for you in case of emergencies. She hands you 2 scrolls and a scarab.
What are these?
These scrolls are designed so that anyone, even non-spellcasters who read the words on them aloud, can cast the spells on them. These are 2 scrolls of Dispel Magic and a scroll of Greater Restoration. The scarab is a scarab of protection. It can be activated to allow, I'll just tell you the mechanical thing. I don't know how she would describe it. It can be activated as a reaction upon being hit with a spell that's only targeting you. You can activate it to get advantage on a saving throw. And it has 10 charges, so you can do it 10 times.
Does it require attunement?
No.
But
it only works for you can't everybody put one finger on it.
Right. Since I have, I don't know, so T-Hole, I think either me or you should grab that one. But at least this is my thought. I know you have the evasion. but I have the additional bonus to my saving throws. So
Yeah,
I'm not
I could
sure.
probably use it. I wouldn't say no to, getting advantage on a saving throw.
Okay.
And you see Rusty comes bounding up the stairs and runs up Aurelia's leg and is perched on her shoulder, sniffing the air.
Mm-hmm.
I think Aurelia should get the Dispel Magic because she was so awesome with countering Lady Corsix's death spell.
I never unprepared Dispel Magic. I always have that. But unless I can't counterspell with Dispel Magic unless maybe I can pull an old 3rd edition tactic and just hold my reaction to next time somebody casts a spell, cast Dispel Magic on it. That's how you used to have to do it. 3rd edition didn't even have a counterspell.
And then I think Zarius should probably get the Lesser Restoration.
I thought it was a greater.
Or, yeah,
It's
greater.
Do you have diamonds?
Not available now.
Shame.
He also gives you a sealed letter. This is, if you do find Malachar, please give him this for me.
So does greater restoration actually work here? I didn't think. Or I'm
Greater
assuming-
restoration probably shouldn't work here, but this one does.
Okay. All right. I wasn't sure. All right.
It's an arcane version of it.
Okay.
And Balgrick steps forward and says, I also have these 4 potions I made over the course of last night. And he yawns. These are supreme healing potions that should work despite the negative entropy of the void.
Zarius will step up and grab them from him. Appreciated.
So Lavinia waves her hand and the doors crack and open up. Inside you see a very extensive library. It probably is 10,000 books as was described, although there are also, in addition to the 10,000 books, countless numbers of scrolls seem to line alcoves along the wall. It's 3 stories tall, the library. There is another central spiral staircase that leads up. And Lavinia says, when you get to the top of the stairwell, you'll see the doors to the Great Hall. That is where I'm sure all of the encounters begin, as it's crossing that threshold that makes you lose your memory if you try to come back out again.
Well,
As you make
thank you.
your way up, you do find indeed there's 2 giant double doors there. There's also above the door a golden statue of a monkey in philosopher's robes. And when you get close to the door, the monkey says, "He who would go further must answer this riddle. Countless soldiers guard a golden horde. Each soldier wields a single sword. His life expended aft but one thrust. His queen looks on, her rule is just. To steal their treasure is no mean feat, But for thieves, the prize is very sweet. They answer, if it is not coin, then what would you, dear thieves, purloin?
Honey.
And the doors begin to open.
What did you say, Zarius?
Honey.
In front of you, you see another green marble room. It's immense. The ceilings are at least 50 feet high. There are 4 pillars that are about 6 feet wide. The room itself is probably 80 to 100 feet across, and then another 80 feet to the far wall. As you step through the door, I didn't ask, are you taking the Martin with you?
I guess if he's coming with me, yeah.
He's still perched on your shoulder.
Sure, he's coming.
He looks happy.
Him and Clucky.
He looks excited.
Nope, that animal's gonna die.
Him and Clucky, yep.
Don't have Clucky with you.
Yes, the chicken's still with us.
Yeah, it's hidden in a secret pouch.
It's like, how did it survive the trek through the fucking void? That's why I sent Kefri away. I'm like, there's no way Kefri's gonna survive this.
Or it can't. It doesn't need to be there. That's fine.
It was in Aurelia's secret pouch. That's all we need to know.
Yeah, I think you had to leave Clucky behind.
Okay.
To avoid,
Good. I don't want to have to keep track of
damage. Or else,
I mean,
Clucky could have been an alternate dinner when you first got here.
I mean, I was thinking of Clucky as kind of like the chicken from Moana.
Okay, so I got Rusty with me.
So as you step in, you hear the monkey outside just starts howling the way monkeys do. And the doors begin to close behind you. They're incredibly heavy and metal. You realize on either side of you, on the wings of this enormous room, they're just shrouded in darkness. Whether or not it's clearly magical darkness, because even your dark vision isn't cutting through it. But whether or not it's a spell or some effect of the void, you don't know. What you realize as the doors are closing is you don't actually see a door out of this room. You just see these 4 pillars in a giant green marble room. Also, as the doors close, Lucia Rossi, you hear a whispered message from Lavinia, which is just the message spell, saying, I'm very concerned and feel like I should say, but now that you're entering, I feel like you shouldn't fall asleep while you're in there. I don't know why, but I think that might be very dangerous. And the doors close with a clang.
Okay. So Lucia Rossi will turn to everybody and say, Lavinia just said, don't fall asleep. I didn't think any of us might fall asleep in here, but.
You begin to hear a hissing, like gas escaping from something. And as you look off to the side, you see there is a puff of green mist coming from your right. And you see 2 silver rods begin to protrude from the darkness that you realize they're sort of curved. And you see coming through the darkness is what looks like a silver bull's head. And these are just the horns leading in front of it. The head is enormous. It's the size of an ancient dragon. And you hear the clanking of metal plates as this almost mechanical looking bull steps out, green mist being snorted out of its nostrils. And that's where we can end this session.
Or your concepts.
A Gorgon.
Yeah, but it's a Gorgon that's about 25 feet long. So it's not a normal Gorgon.
Yeah.
Not your normal Gorgon.
Also a good bar trivia name.
So Zarius got the riddle pretty fast.
Yeah. I've never heard that riddle, by the way. I just could figure it out.
I didn't try to hide it too much. I think if you thought about it enough, you would have gotten it. If you didn't get it in the course of an hour, though, I'd be like, well, there'll be a new riddle tomorrow.
Yeah. I just finished it. I was like, all right, I was starting to process it. Then you said honey. I'm like, man, he must have done this riddle in one of his games.
It's a
Just waiting.
variation on a reasonably popular riddle, but the queen and the sword and the golden and the sweet references.
Yeah, like as soon as like there was like a soldier that could stab only once or whatever, I'm like, oh, it sounds like a bee. And the queen, I'm like, definitely a bee. All right, what's the riddle? What are they asking for? I couldn't tell till the very end. What would you
Right.
be feeling? Oh, okay, got it.
So hopefully the other puzzles aren't solved quite so fast.
Can't make any guarantees. Pretty good at puzzles. Riddles.
That's good.
Well, I don't know if we're
Good.
riddling ourselves out of this Gorgon fight. Maybe.
Who knows?
You never know. Maybe it's a Gorgon, the 25-foot Gorgon that only does riddles.
The real question is, are there like statues of other people here?
You don't see statues of other people here.
All right.
So you may be the first, or
Alas.
people got past the Gorgon. Although if they got past the Gorgon, then you could be sure that the traps must reset.
Right. Or they just got past the Gorgon.
Right.
You
and
said there
ran
was no
off.
door out of this?
You don't see a door out of this, other than the one you came through.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe the door is the Gorgon.
Maybe the door
We
is
have
the
to
way
go
out.
into the Gorgon's mouth.
You gotta Willy Wonka this shit.
There you go. Try that first. I mean, like I said, the two wings of the rooms you can't see, so there could be exits there. And you haven't like fully investigated the room. There could be like a secret door.
Yeah.
Gotta deal with this Gorgon first.
All right.
All right.
I'm very tired.
Stop recording.
Yeah.